Welcome everybody to the Sleestakians Variety Show. I'm your host, Lawrence of Sleestak. Sorry I'm late. Just trying to get the word out about the show. This is the last show of the year. I might even take a break after this one. There's kind of a lot of stuff going on with New Year coming up, and but I wanted to host one last show for the time being. The link is in the chat. Oh, and please like and share and help get the word out. Welcome, Tony. It's great to see you. Yeah, so this is the last, what I'm calling the season finale. It's not only the last show of the year, but I might be taking a break for a while and trying to get some things accomplished with the new year coming up. And if anybody wants to join, the link is pinned in the chat. I think Daniel might be stopping by later on. Probably going to have some other panelists, but I kind of put the StreamYard link out later than normal this time. But if I send it out too early, then I don't know. Seems like things have been working out better when I'm sending out a little bit later. Let's see, and I'd like to say hi to Gap After Dark. I'm not sure if you're still there, but and once again, likes and shares are greatly appreciated. Final show of the year, and maybe the final show for a little while. I was just saw a few minutes ago. There's an article about how comic books grading. Some people are saying that it's not all what it's cracked up to be. That there might be some scams going on. So, hey, Ty, welcome. Well, hopefully not the final show ever. Happy New Year, TJ. So yeah, this is the last show of the year, and hopefully not the last one ever. But I do think I should take a little break because yeah, I got stuff going on. I got some stuff I want to do around the house, and I don't want to get a better setup than this. I'm just streaming from my phone right now, and so I can't screen share unless somebody has something that they wish to. If they choose to screen share something and they let me know about it, then I can share it. Oh hey, El Hombre and JD Kirby, welcome. You guys are free to click on the StreamYard link and join the show. Not forcing anybody to join. Heaven knows it's a pretty hectic time of the year, which is why this might be our last stream for a little while. Yeah, not ever. There'll eventually be a stream, but let's just say the last stream for the time being. Looks like we've got a guest. And welcome to to looks like we got is it Captain Cummings and Rex?
Ha ha. The last one of the year.
Yeah, and it might be the last one for a little while. I got some
Uh-oh.
stuff I want to work on. I'm streaming from my phone, and it's not the most ideal setup.
Right. Just
Hello.
coming off Justin Belmont's birthday
Oh,
bash off my own show, and then I jumped over there for Justin's birthday bash, and then I saw you sent me a link, so here I am.
Well, welcome
Making the
back.
rounds on a Thursday night. Couldn't miss the Sleestakians last of the year. There's
welcome.
Oh, look at
Shadow
here. Look who I bumped into.
Rex, we got Captain Cummings, we have
Hell, Captain.
Shadowhawk Talks.
Hello.
Lorenzo,
my
good to
co-host,
see you, sir.
my daily
Merry
co-host.
Christmas if I missed you, and Happy New Year. I hope everything's going well on your end, my friend.
Was you talking to me?
I was talking to Lorenzo, but apparently he wasn't. He wasn't listening.
Well, we
So,
had a good time with Josh and Levi today, didn't we, Shadowhawk?
Yeah, we had a great time with that. Man, dude, I like those guys, man. They were fun to talk to. I mean, we
Yeah.
could have kept going if it wasn't for Belmont's birthday. I felt bad because I missed an hour already, you know.
Right.
So,
Well, you know,
but,
priorities.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, when we have times that kind of crisscross each other a little bit, you know.
Yeah. They say
So
don't
is
cross
this
the
like,
streams.
Captain Cummings?
Don't cross the street.
Yeah. Especially in a bathroom.
Captain Cummings. I remember the name from back in the day. Is this the real Captain Cummings? I have no idea.
That's
Is there
a
a fake
big book.
Captain Cummings?
I don't know.
That is a big book on your icon. Look at that.
Yeah, I really liked it was a meme about something, but I really liked the guy just looking at this enormous book.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Eric Boyce, welcome. I remember like some of the very early first comic book streams I saw was with Captain Cummings.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I remember the name from the chat back in the day, but I don't think I've ever spoken with you before.
This might be I think this is the first time been on the show.
Yeah, I've jumped in the say hello a few times in the comments, but
yeah,
more than likely.
This is your big chance, Shadowhawk.
Well,
so yeah, I think I
this guy. I mean, from what I remember, he was around when I first discovered CG back like halfway through 2018 or so.
Well, at first I saw your boy Zach, then I saw Captain Cummings show, and it's like, oh, wait a second, this looks kind of familiar, and actually Cummings was around first.
Yeah, I've been making videos since like 2014, 15.
Oh, that's why. Okay, I remember that. Yeah, you were a big influence on Zach. Except he came up with the ripping up the pages and the crumpling the book thing. I think that like.
Did you ever put pages on your show? Back in
people.
I
don't know. Did you ever do that, Captain? Where you just like this page sucks and ripped it out of the book?
I probably did, but I think that was more. Was that like Yellow Flash or something? That was like his big thing.
Or I think Yellow Flash dabbed the books. It's like there were a bunch of people, and I think you started the format, and there were a bunch of imitators, and then you dropped out. You had stuff. Did you go back into the service or go back?
Yeah, I went on deployment, and then I went to college.
Yeah,
and then I went on deployment again. So,
dude. So you're going all over the place, then, huh?
Hell, hombre. Hey, Neo Phantom.
Can you tell us
Yeah,
where you went, or would you have to kill us?
Oh, last deployment, I was jumping all over the Middle East.
Mm.
So,
And
the
how did
where's
you?
where.
How would you describe your experiences as far as the Middle East go?
Oh, in the Middle East, it's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it as fucking just crazy as it appears from the outside too, as far as like the shit going on, where dudes are just walking around with AKs blowing them up in the air, and
Oh, I mean, when I was in Iraq, and we couldn't leave like the military base, so like
right?
all you see is the military base.
I got you. Okay, that's probably the best way to go anyway.
Yeah, it's probably the
like
best.
for the stream, folks, get the word. Please help get the word out. I didn't do much promotion of the show today.
Oh shoot, I forgot to.
You're a little lighter with the show than usual, aren't you, Lorenzo, tonight?
Huh?
Were you a little lighter with the
Yeah,
broadcast of it
yeah.
tonight?
Sorry that I was late getting on. I'm just trying to get the word out, and
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of with the holidays and stuff. I don't know. I'm thinking thinking of taking a break, maybe for a few weeks, because it's just kind of hectic. But
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I was at the same point like last week, and but you know what? I realized that if I wasn't like online talking to Rex every day and talking to just people in the community and doing what we do, I would miss that more than the commitment. So
Sometimes it is good to get like relax for a few weeks, let everything center back, and then you can come back like energized.
Right.
Yeah, well, especially the TV. I don't know about anybody else, and me being a father for a long time, the Christmas holidays are always very stressful because you're trying to give this incredible Christmas to your kids and your wife and everything, and you're working your ass to the bone. At the same time, you're trying to deal with all the holiday nonsense. It just gets very stressful this time of year.
yeah, I think so. So yeah, I know Captain Cummings, you've been reading the Bible on air, which is actually really helpful.
Oh, that's awesome, bro.
Yeah, I just finished it like I think it was last week. And then I read the book of Enoch.
Oh wow!
Wait,
And
did you finish one of the chapters, or did you finish the whole Bible?
I finished the whole Bible. I started it probably like September. And I would just like read a whole, like I read the whole book of Genesis in one sitting, so it took like 4.5 hours or something like that.
Wow, God, dude, that's crazy.
Captain Cummins audio Bible.
Wow, that's cool.
It's really funny to hear me try to like read the name.
Well, dude,
was it King James, or what translation did you read out of?
I was using the translation that they have on the United States Bishops Catholic
Okay.
website.
So that has the Apocrypha in there as well?
Yeah.
Probably. Okay.
It's I think it's called the New American Version, not to be confused with the New American Standard.
Well, see, I used to sell Bibles for like 6 years, so
yeah,
I'm very acquainted. Yeah, I worked at a Christian bookstore
Rex,
for 6
why
years.
don't you let Captain know about the Sunday streams we've been doing lately? You're a little more eloquent than I am.
Well, we started out. Yeah, I had a friend, a fellow streamer, person in our chat frequently. He was going through a life change, a career change of jobs, and it worked out well for him this year, as a matter of fact. And he said, I'd like to, could we do a Bible study? And I was like, sure. So 11 o'clock on Sundays. The last couple of Sundays I went to church, but we'll probably get back to it this Sunday. He's I'll have to get with him. He's the one that records usually what we watch. And so it runs a little bit smoother. But Smoking Wraith, a great guy, and I think
real good.
we've had a good time with it. We started out watching The Chosen, that was recommended by John Dillard to me, and I had not watched it yet, been putting it off, and I said, this is a good excuse to watch it, and then plus get some feedback of what other people think as well. So we started and we watched all 3 seasons of The Chosen. I think
it finished.
Huh?
Have they finished making that show yet?
They had originally, from what Rick told me, Cross Comics, he said that they originally had 8 seasons scheduled, but they had cut that back to 7 seasons. They're working on,
I think it's number 4 right now.
Season 4 will release sometime in February 1st. They're going to have something in the theaters, and then it'll release. And you can watch that for free over at Angel Studios. They're also on YouTube under Angel Studios, I believe. And you can watch the first 3 seasons over there probably. If not, you can go to Angel Studios and just like Tubi, or it's free to watch, and I highly recommend it. It's a good series.
And what we do to get around YouTube and all that stuff is we'll start the show, we'll talk for about a half hour or whatever,
Yeah, sometimes longer.
Sometimes longer, yeah. Depending on what's going on that any given Sunday. And then once we start the show, we take everything backstage. So the StreamYard link is in the chat. We got room for 10.
And one reason I wanted to do it that way, I'd love to broadcast it, if we didn't get copyright struck, but
yeah, we get struck left and right too.
I wanted us to have the freedom, whoever joined us, to speak their mind freely, and not feel like they're in front of an audience and pray, and and just have freedom of expression.
And a lot of times,
I want to talk about
it turns kind of into an EFAP, because we'll be watching the show and like something hits you and you're like, wait a minute, guys, pause that for a minute.
Yeah. Or can we see that again? I missed that. Or yeah. That's what I like the most about it, is you can go back and rewind it, to certain key points if you need to.
I was kind of just waiting for the whole thing to be over, and then I was going to watch it.
Oh, dude!
Don't wait that long. No.
They have done such a great job with.
Well, I only cheated once.
I just hope they hold it together till the end.
Yeah, and really, Shadowhawk, we probably should just start by the time if we would just do it. I don't know that we would be done with all 3 seasons, but we probably, there toward the end, we could double up. We could probably watch all 3 seasons before season 4 come out and kind of refresh ourselves on it.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Go back through it again.
Yeah, we could do that. That's not a bad idea, right?
Because there's a lot going on there, and it gets more complex as it goes along.
Yeah. And it's kind of one of the things I really like about the show is they kind of leave it up to you to kind of figure out who's who, besides Jesus and, obvious characters. But like the apostles and stuff, you kind of gotta, when they first introduce them, you're like, it's a very well done show.
So, and, Captain, I heard you say you read the Book of Enoch. Have you tackled the Book of Jasher yet? There's a good translation of the Book of Jasher out there that's mentioned in Kings.
No, I haven't.
That's kind of like an extra biblical book that's mentioned in the Bible, like the Book of Enoch, that you might be interested in. I think Spanish. The book that I have is like translated from the originals, like original. Each piece is rarely. It's a copy of a copy, probably, right? But
yeah,
probably the best comes out of Spain from 1800. I'm sorry, 800 AD.
Huh.
That's the one I have.
So
And
it's in Spanish or it's translated from English?
Oh, it's into English. Yeah, it's translated into English, but from the Spanish manuscript that's in Spain.
there's also the Book of Jubilees, which, along with Enoch, is
Mhm.
part of the Ethiopian Jewish and Orthodox canon. I'm not sure if the Ethiopian Catholics use that or not. I know a lot of the Eastern Catholics will use the same Bible books.
So you
Sure.
kind of perked my interest, Captain. What kind of got you on reading, like, golly, 4.5 hours of just the book of Genesis and then the whole Bible?
I thought it would be cool, like my idea was, well, I have, a YouTube channel that I wasn't using with like 15,000 subscribers. And
Wow.
I was like, well, if I can, read the Bible and maybe people will like it. So I figured it was worth a try. And
Yeah.
I get like maybe, 40 people.
I've got to say,
Oh, wow,
you're
really?
dedicated. If you read for 4.5 hours straight, even if it is the book of Genesis, 50 chapters long, I've got to give it to you, man.
Well, I started. I really got into reading when I went to college because I was a history major, and you have to read like books all the time.
Right.
No, but it's different when you're reading
It's never
and
the books you
speaking.
want to read.
Yeah. Well, when you're also speaking at the same time, it's a whole nother.
Oh, it's incredibly hard.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, and then you notice every tiny little, error in speech that you make, and it's just like, oh, you try not to let it goof you up.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Ty was asking about the Book of Judas, if that was legit. My understanding is that was like written like
5 or 600 AD or something.
And it's would be known as pseudepigrapha. Heard it even pronounced pseudepigrapha. I mean, different people pronounce it different ways, but I think pseudepigrapha is like the most common American English pronunciation.
So
Well,
it's not
the book of Genesis
particularly.
is interesting. I used to do, work with the homeless in 3 different homeless shelters. And also I did prison ministry for over 6 years. And when I was had some downtime there at the prison and was sort of in a room where you could go to study or pray in the chaplain section. I wasn't an ordained chaplain or anything like that, just volunteer. Had worked prison ministry for 5 years at a prior prison. And this one was closer to my house, where I'm at now. And I did a study on Genesis, and I had the Sword Bible, which has all the words of God in red, kind of like the New Testament. In some Bibles have the words of Christ in red. And so I did a study of just a quick study in Genesis of every time God speaks or someone is quoting God like an angel or speaking for God. And it's all about the seed. Every time that I found it interesting, because Genesis is the book of beginnings, every time God speaks in Genesis, it's all about a seed. He talks about seeds every time he speaks in Genesis. Thought, wow, that's fascinating.
I really like Genesis. It might be my favorite book in the Bible because you get like a little bit of everything storytelling wise.
Yeah.
You get poetry, you get, the origin story, you get the patriarch stories, and all of them are like, there's some weird stuff in there, but
Yeah.
You get like a mixed bag.
Well, I mean, it's got some great accounts in there, like Noah's Ark,
Yeah.
Just amazing stuff. Genesis is one of my favorites, but I really love almost like uh, the book of Isaiah because it's so rich with
There's a
Oh, the
lot
writing
of,
is like
there's a lot
top
of
notch.
like sexual assault against women and stuff, like talking about like ravishing them and all sorts of stuff.
well,
It's like,
Song
oh
of
my God,
Solomon can get a little
it's I think some of that was like after like a response to the Assyrians. It was like the Neo-Assyrian Empire they had taken I don't think everybody from the northern and southern kingdom, but but I think the higher class people and the people from maybe the people from the cities were taken and into captivity, and some of them were taken off by the rivers of Babylon.
right.
Is that you
Well,
guys
like Daniel and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, which are their Babylonian names, they were made eunuchs. They were castrated.
What happened? I'm sorry.
They were castrated. They were made eunuchs. Daniel, the story of Daniel and the lion's den,
Oh
and
yeah.
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were all
What?
castrated, made eunuchs.
Wow.
Daniel, that's a weird book.
Yeah.
And
Wasn't he the good guy in that book? Why did God let him survive the lions just to cut his dick off?
No. When the Jews were captured by the Babylonians and carted off to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar, they were automatically, the young men were done that way. And
Oh yeah.
well,
Okay.
I mean, the
I mean
ones that were in
that was
service to
standard
the king,
warfare back.
in service to the king, because you're going to be around women, and you don't, that was a
oh,
way of
so that makes sense
preventing
Well,
them
I
from
mean,
messing around with.
because so I was wondering, because if it had happened to everyone, then there wouldn't be anybody left by the time
Right.
was
Well,
there time
just the
it
ones
was
that were in
Shah
service to the king. Yeah, they were
Persia.
kind of like advisors to the king.
The
Remember,
Shah,
Daniel was the only one that could tell him about the dreams that he was having.
yeah, I'm just saying when Shah Cyrus
I don't
of,
believe
of
that's right.
Persia, the person Shah or king, uh, ended up freeing uh, the Israelites and Judeans from captivity, and
Ty says
ended
out in
up
the chat,
he
says
ended up
every
being
hero of the
set
Bible was.
in the Holy Land. But I think that's how Jewish people ended up first getting scattered, and then after the destruction of the temple by the Romans, then
Oh,
a bunch
several. I
of
mean,
other
they
people,
went into
yeah,
exile and been
that's
scattered several
Jewish people,
times. Like you mentioned the northern and the southern kingdom. The northern
yeah,
kingdom fell first, and then later the southern. Ty says every hero of the Bible was flawed and tortured. Jesus wasn't flawed, but was tortured and executed. Right. And, that's what I find interesting about the Bible is that it shows you everyone's flaws, everyone's sin in a way, that this isn't. And that's why I know it's not mythology, because with mythology and stories of heroism like Heracles or Hercules and other Jupiter or the other pantheon of gods. You
Another
don't
important
often
thing.
see their flaws like you do in the Bible.
Another
well,
important thing to
I think
take away from that is no
is
matter how perfect you are, it doesn't mean that you're,
Perfect. Yeah.
impervious. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Exactly.
Even Jesus died on a cross in horrible, horrible pain. And
Right.
nobody's been more perfect than he was, as far as we know.
Sam went to I guess he was, I don't know, was he like enslaved by the people in
Yeah.
Gaza or what? Because he ended up think he got a couple wives from there. And who was it? Delilah, who was the prostitute, and
No, whoa, wait, what? No.
who was it?
Delilah was.
They were, they were,
No,
You mean
Delilah
Samson's
was
Delilah?
Samson.
Yeah.
yeah,
Delilah was Samson. Yeah.
yeah. Wasn't she like? Didn't she start off like a
Hey, Courtney.
hooker or something?
She was kind of like a Mata Hari type, I think. I mean, she was a hoe, but she was
double agent.
trained
Yeah.
trained to kill. You know,
Yeah.
she was like
Against the Philistines.
she would
Oh,
do dirty work
and
for the king. So
Courtney, welcome. And of course, Low to Apex Comics.
I love the
Yeah,
ending
that-
Samson story.
Oh, is
though.
Apex here? Oh, yeah, Apex. Yeah. Apex,
Please
we're
like
going
and
to
share the stream, folks. They'll get the word out.
Saturday at 8
Nothing else
Central.
I
We're
do
going to
for
have Shelby
Saturday.
Robertson on over there on Apex's channel, celebrating our second year anniversary together, live streaming.
Oh yeah, congratulations on that.
Yeah, I mean, it was Apex that really challenged me
that's out.
to put up content on my own channel. And so I figured it out and started putting content up on my own channel, which we celebrated 2 years just was it yesterday or the day before? Maybe, I think it was yesterday.
Let's see.
But yeah, Captain Cummins has picked an inexhaustible topic to talk about.
I mean, we could talk about it for like 3 days or more.
Oh, definitely 3 weeks or 3 years. I mean, it's just there's so much there.
Yeah,
You can read like a verse from the scriptures and like write an entire book or series.
Captain Cummins, I met one guy that had devoted a lot of time, because that's all he had in prison, to, when the Bible asks you a question, even if it's a rhetorical. Of course, in the original text, there wasn't any punctuation, but period.
That's a good point. It was very few people could read silently because all the words were squished together and there's no punctuation. I mean, there wasn't even spaces between the words.
Well, that's where oral tradition kind of came in, I guess.
And there wasn't even vowels either for the Semitic, like for like Hebrew and Aramaic. I don't think either were written with vowels. They said no, Hebrew wasn't. And
Aramaic was I actually went back to college to study Hebrew and speak a little Hebrew and decipher, learn how to translate and transliterate scripture. And Aramaic, you had you really dealing with 3 languages. The translation of the Gospels, which helped spread it around the world, which was classical Greek, Hellenistic Greek, and then you had the Hebrew, and you had the common everyday spoken language, which was Aramaic. So
wasn't Mark originally written in Aramaic, or at least part of it's been found in Aramaic?
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot.
Yeah, and well, I heard that Matthew was, but then again, it could have been a different gospel of Matthew than we currently have. But
out of all the gospels, the earliest fragments, just fragments in some cases, is out of the book of John, which is, I would argue is the most spiritual,
which is probably the most recent gospel. Right?
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say, and a lot of scholars will say that Mark probably was written first because Matthew have a lot of content that's similar to Mark.
Well, my exegetical Bible,
what they putting what they saw as corrections or just their way of viewing things
Well, they
It,
actually have. I mean, there's a Bible for every occasion. They even have a chronological Bible of, and I think I have one
My
somewhere.
wife has one of those.
Yeah. Now, I don't always agree with the placement of things. I mean, some of the first verses will be out of Job because Job's the oldest book written. Um, it precedes Genesis. Moses wrote the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible. I know there's some debate about that. You can get pushback, even like on Isaiah, because it covers such a lengthy time in history. They're like, how could one
well,
man live so long to write it all?
people say there's different writing styles too. Scholars will say, and also with authorship, doesn't I know authors from Latin? I believe it's from Latin, not from Greek or Hebrew or Aramaic. But the word author and authority have the same, or I believe, have the same root, and so it's you could have something that was handed down like word of mouth,
Right.
but could have more, but like
Well, I think with the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, it really put.
uh,
I think with the
with
discovery of the Dead
Moses.
Sea Scrolls, Lorenzo, I think it showed how accurately things have been handed down. You almost had a complete book of, or was complete book of Isaiah, which pretty much reads like yours does today. And I mean, if you know the tradition of transcribing scripture, which is supposed to be from God's mouth to your ears or whatever, God inspired, right? Which to me, if you look at that scripture in the New Testament, it says all scripture is Elohim. What's Elohim? That's God.
Oh, I
So
thought it said God. I thought it said it's all God breathed.
right. Well, I mean, it's even
Which
more
is
when
that's an
you
interesting
break it
concept.
down to what it's
Breath.
actually saying. It's saying all scripture is Elohim. So all scripture is God. So are you not the sum of your words?
I didn't. I thought it was God breathed, but
Well, yeah,
it
well,
breathed
I
like
mean, or God inspired. I mean, however you want to look at it, but I take it a little bit serious. That even more
God
serious,
breathed is pretty. I believe breath was breath associated with spirit? I know, like
right? The
wind
neosh.
was
He
associated with
breathed the
spirit.
neosh into man. Yeah, and
And
Adam.
so, and God, breathed the spirit. It's a,
His right.
I think there's a lot of, real rich
And
stuff
traditionally, if
here, and no matter if you view it as this was Moses literally sitting down and writing this, or if this was handed down by word of mouth, but like the authority was believed to come from Moses. I mean, I think I still think that there's so much stuff that people just throw out if they just reject it out of whole cloth because like I don't think ancient people had like the idea of history, had this like modern scientific like historical method thing that they would go through everything and we look at things through a lens like nowadays, like
right,
that's way different than people did in the past. So you might
yeah,
somebody
you
telling
had
the
to keep it
story.
in the context. I mean, how much do we really know? I mean, scholars said, "Oh, the Bible's not correct because we haven't found Kish," and then they would go out and they dig up Kish. Well, the Bible's not right because we haven't found Jericho, and they dig up Jericho. So, I mean, I don't think any work has been more validated through archaeology than the Bible in the last, say, almost 200 years.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, okay, there's like Jesus had like some parables and stuff. Whether or not those people in those parables, even whether or not there really was this good Samaritan who went and help these people out.
Well,
I don't,
that's a good point.
it doesn't bother me either way because
There's different ways that, I mean, like when you're reading Revelation, that's apocalyptic writing. That's to be read a little bit differently than, say, the prophetic passages or like parables, like you're saying. I mean, there's more poetic writing, like you see
oh yeah,
in
yeah.
Song of
Maybe
Well,
Solomon.
the
Job
parables
uh,
are kind of like what we were talking about earlier, Rex, is when, there's a moral to the story, a moral
Like a
point. And
metaphor
it
people
makes,
in a
see
way,
like
yeah.
Job is kind of like
so even
there-
if it's just a
there's
story,
humor
as long as it
like,
gets the point across.
Well, I mean, if you understand the areas of that the authors were writing, what their context, keep it in context, is you can discern it a lot better than just reading it and thinking, okay, which I know people start reading scripture that way. They just think, oh, well, it's just written literal and it's written firsthand or whatever. And that's, I mean,
Yeah, it didn't work out that way.
you have to read out of order, actually,
well,
than the order that they've been placed in.
well, the Dead Sea Scrolls that proved that there were variant editions of different books. I know Jeremiah in the Greek Old Testament or the Septuagint uh, is actually a bit shorter, and they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls that sure enough there was a shorter version of Jeremiah than in the current Hebrew Masoretic text. But there were versions of scripture that matched more towards
Well,
the
like Captain Morg was talking about the
and
Catholic, that doesn't take from the Septuagint, that takes from the Vulgate. So, there are different, texts that the different,
All right. Hey guys,
especially the Catholic tradition and
Mama's home from work. I gotta head out. So everybody have a great night. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, see you, Shadow. Take care.
Thanks for having me, Lorenzo. Great to see you, Captain Cummins, and nice talking to you.
Oh, it's nice talking to you too.
Yeah, thanks for coming on the show, Shadow Hawk, and people check out Shadow Hawk's channel, and check out Devil Flyer Momentum channel. It's kind of a funny. It's kind of a. It has nothing to do with worship.
No.
Well, I don't know. The last two comic creators that we had on, the one today and yesterday, were Christian sort of background.
We did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually broke into some religious talk yesterday quite heavily. Nothing's off the board on our channel.
Yeah,
we go everywhere.
Chris.
And I do think.
All right, gotta go, guys. Love it.
Too, because
see you, Shadowhawk.
There's a lot of there are stories of heroism and villainy.
Chris, we got to get you on, man.
In the Bible and like just like there is in like with like say like we could talk about Hercules, but we could talk about say Samson as well, and there's
Well, I would argue now you'll get different arguments on this, but I would argue that a lot of that comes from star clusters, and you do have one star cluster after Hercules, but I believe Hercules is derivative and really a shadow and a type of Christ, to tell you the truth. When you study out Hebrew is a prime language. It's never been influenced by any other language. But then when you study Hebrew, you actually can see where it is influenced. I would argue German, French, Spanish, like words like bira for beer, or yain, wine, Hebrew words for wine or beer sound very German to me. And there's other phrases other words that sound like French to me, some that sound like Spanish to me. You just have to kind of take it a bit further and study.
Definitely an interesting language. Though a lot of linguists will say that there was a Proto-Semitic language that, like Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic, all
If,
stem from the whatever the original
if
language
you
is,
if
and
you
they
want to translate
well,
scripture, I don't think there's any better thing than logos.com. Check out logos.com.
yeah,
It
that's an
it
excellent
will save
resource.
you a ton of time. A ton of
Yeah,
time.
that's one of those site BibleGateway.com is another. You can compare like I don't know. There's like I think dozens of Bible translations on there. You compare the different. Doesn't nowhere near all of the English translations.
Well, what I like about
But
Logos is
a lot of
they don't just say, okay, biblical. I actually have like, you can get, now you had to buy some of this stuff. Some of it's free. Like they've got the whole Epic of Gilgamesh for free. I have that downloaded. Um, they have a lot of books that I had in my library physically because I worked for 6 years at a Christian bookstore, and I had a lot of the texts that they offer for free online. And
what are
but
you
now
using,
you can buy like Archaeology Today. I did that and have that.
which site are you talking about?
Logos.com.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it will help you. It will break it down into pie charts. It'll tell you the root word. It'll tell you how many times it's used or how it's used differently and
Yeah,
break it down.
as much as the internet's used for people to like engage in like pointless bickering, which I must admit I do online, from time to time, or far too often. But there's some just amazing resources out there that I mean, it would be you could have just like a whole huge library of books right there on one website.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
And
I
it's so
have
much easier to access
tons.
now
You would
than
not
ever
believe
before.
how many thousands of books I have, and
So
they take up a lot of room.
Chuck's
Where it's great to just have a whole virtual library out there, and once you own it, once you bought it, it's yours. It's in your lexicon to access. I love that.
Chuck's talking about an interesting video about C.S. Lewis and Tolkien's friendship.
Oh, I think I had that on a physical copy. Of course, they probably have more than one out there. Documentary about that.
I
Absolutely. They
know
were friends.
C.S. Lewis was Anglican and Tolkien was Catholic.
Good friends for many years. And
Yeah,
I think
I
they
think
influenced each
it was
other's
a bit
work.
different back then than it is now.
Absolutely. I understand what you're saying there, Colonel Moore.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, and I think some of the ideas evolve over time about God.
Well, I mean, when
Uh,
you're
and I
looking
don't
at
think
it, you have to look
God
at
any
culture, you
more
have to
or
look at
less failed
archaeology, you have to look at
that there's
geography, you have to look at the culture. There's five main things that you look at when looking through the lens of, scripture through lens. I'm not out to prove through history or archaeology alone. There's no way you can. It is faith based. But I think if you're not looking into such esoteric things, then you're really doing yourself a disservice because there are things greater than ourselves outside of ourselves.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And I think that I don't know. I think that maybe the way like somebody thousands of years ago thought about the God might be different than like say how St. Thomas Aquinas, thought about God, in the Middle Ages when he's, studying like
And
Aristotle.
and I've got to put this little
Those
caveat. I mean, this
philosophers
might be a
actually,
point of contention, but I think history has also been misconstrued. What we sometimes believe is history that's come down through the ages, right? On
well,
certain
I think,
time periods and
well,
everything.
and
Yeah,
people are
like they
actually
call
a
it
lot
the
more
Enlightenment period, but was it truly enlightened?
Yeah. In the Dark
Well,
Ages, there's a lot of lies
The
and
Dark Ages, which isn't
misnomers.
actually an academic term.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
The same people that created the Enlightenment deemed it the Dark Ages. Well, the Dark Ages, there was a ton of science that was coming up, and
Oh, there was
all
a lot of
kinds
things
of
about
architecture and artwork and all that stuff.
Yeah, the Middle Ages, it was when they had some of the greatest, what I would consider to be some of the greatest theologians of all time, like people like St. Thomas Aquinas, and whom I'd actually like to learn more about. But what
And
little I
good,
read about him,
Gutenberg's
they were
type
pretty
revolutionized the world.
impressive.
Just Gutenberg's movable type and printing, where everything wasn't done by hand. What a quantum leap forward. The winner writes history. That's very true, Chris. Chris, we ever going to get you on my show? I'd love to talk to you about your comic series.
Oh, Chris is in the chat. And here I'm still reading.
Oh yeah, he's been here for a while.
Is The Lord of the Rings is good for fantasy
True
fans,
Tapes,
but
letters,
also
yeah,
yeah,
Wormwood and all that.
it doesn't. I mean, Tolkien was influenced not by both his Christian faith as well as his knowledge of like. Well, it seemed like he had a lot of knowledge as far as like linguistics and the folklore of the British Isles. Like he had a lot of Germanic folklore.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's my understanding. Is that wasn't Lord of the Rings influenced by like older British, like elements of British history? I mean, I'm not talking about like the elves and stuff, but that was part of, I think, the folklore of the British Isles to begin with.
Check out the Great Cyclopean over on Fund My Comic.
Like what Chris has to say about the Holy Spirit.
Right.
That's and it seems like Jesus spent a lot of time focusing on how we interact with one another. And
Well, it's all relationship. It's not per se religion. It's relationship. It's not man-made. It's something. It's God's.
Oh, welcome, Daniel. How long you been backstage?
A few minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good, man.
I was looking. It's like
I was making faces and like, I'm wondering when he's gonna figure out that I'm here.
Did you have a good Christmas?
I can't tell.
Yes, I did.
I can't tell very easily on my phone. It's. I finally saw a notification. I don't know if it showed me it right away or because like when you say, let's say you screen share something, I might not even get a notification that you're screen
My pleasure, Diane.
Yeah.
I just have to I'll just randomly press the more button and see, oh, Daniel's screen sharing. No, I didn't know that. The Ty says, regardless of belief, there's something going on around us that we cannot perceive. A lot like being born without being able to smell something doesn't mean there isn't an odor there. Do you guys see on like Star Trek Next Generation, there was an episode where Geordi's got, instead of Geordi was blind, and so instead of seeing with the eyes he was born with, or you might say the eyes that God gave him, he had this visor and he could actually see like parts of the spectrum that the humans, I believe he could see, the character could see like parts of the spectrum that humans typically don't see, or he saw things in a different way. Because we only see a certain amount of what's in the physical world. Like,
Right.
isn't
Well,
it like,
I mean,
you can't see
you
like
know, I just almost have to laugh at the barriers, once you
Mm.
talk about a subject like this, which I think we should talk openly and honestly about it, and that people put up barriers. I don't want to hear this. It's, I get that. Okay. But, it's not, it should not be a difficult subject to talk about.
Marx says something interesting, like Stephen Hawking said, although the universe can be described by equations, math, and physics, something must have breathed metaphysical fire into all of it.
Yeah.
And
And traditionally, I don't know if you know this, but traditionally,
hey,
that was the Jewish tradition is that happened where the Dome of the Rock is now.
isn't the Dome of the Rock where the second temple stood?
Where the what?
Where the second temple stood?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if it's the
Yes,
exact.
but it's also where
or
traditionally they say Adam was formed. It's also the place where Abraham offered Isaac. It's a very,
so is that
important spot.
Is that on Mount Zion? Is that where the temple is? I know there were different mountains.
Mount Zion is actually in Saudi Arabia.
And I know that then there's like Mount Sinai, and what was it? There was another word there's another term used for the mountain that Moses. Yeah, there were all these holy mountains, and I think it was when it was Solomon who the Bible says built the.
I don't know what Ty means by it's clear in the Bible there is a veil. Well, the veil's been rent open. Nothing to the believers is, supposed to be a mystery anymore. I know they say, but and that doesn't mean God's going to give you the answer to everything, in the next 2 minutes.
So,
but
yeah,
seeking you will find.
Hebrew has been found to be descended from Canaanite language as suspected. They found Proto-Hebrew tablets. It's like Lorenzo said. Yeah, I believe there's a branch of. Yeah, there's a Canaan.
We'll see if you can prove. Okay, this is derivative.
And then there's Proto-Semitic language, and they all.
I mean, the Hebrew that I studied was not even the more pictorial. Because every language starts out sort of pictorial, right? To be representational of something.
Did you study Paleo Hebrew? Because that was the Paleo.
I do have some things on that. I didn't go extensive into the Paleo, but it was more pictorial language. But you can still see that in modern day Hebrew.
The Samaritan alphabet is very similar to Paleo Hebrew. Eventually,
well, I mean, that's the great debate. I would rather think that the Hebrew was not derivative of anything, but some people do say Canaanite and then other languages here and there. And then, but if you say that, then it's like, okay, which came first, chicken or the egg? It's like, and I know there's a lot of people say that Hebrew's derivative, but that's their way of saying it's not true. And it's like, I don't believe that.
So
I believe it's been better preserved than most texts.
Is derivative of Old English, but that doesn't mean that modern English isn't true. It's just that people that we pronounce that the languages change over time is all.
Definitely. I mean, if I gave you a King James version of Old Anglo-Saxon, you couldn't hardly read it. Because you would find, I mean, the alphabet wasn't even formed. The last letter of our alphabet, which was, in the mid 1800s. So, it's even the King James that, people say, well, this hasn't changed since 1611. I have not an original, but a exact copy of a 1611. You can't hardly read it.
Yeah, it's
It's changed
that's
like 3 times at
it,
least.
and I believe words
I'll
back
admit I
then.
can't even read Old English because I think it's my dyslexia. I'm like,
Around
I have to read it.
1850s,
I have to
Chris,
read a sentence like 3 or 4
I believe.
times before I understand what's going on.
Or are you talking about like say or like the King James English or are you talking about like old English like
The
Anglo-Saxon?
King James Bible.
Oh yeah, because that and I
Oh, I
believe
get it, Ty. I
if
get
if
that
you
part,
read
yeah.
that was actually written phonetically, I believe. So like if there's an E at the end of the word, that E used to be pronounced like how the E's are in German at the end of the word. You know,
I
well
you know,
we used to
if
pronounce like
someone is seeking truth, it's kinda like the X-Files, the truth's out there,
Mhm.
and I do believe, like Chris said, it takes the Holy Spirit to really unlock it for you,
yeah.
but if God will always shed enough light on Scripture to show you the truth,
And that's
you know?
especially why I always pray about, asking for the Holy Spirit guidance before I actually start reading.
Right.
Because I think that
Oh
that
yeah, that's
helps too.
a good idea.
And, I think as believers, we need to take this into effect when talking about our faith is that it may not be your job to come by and harvest. It may be yours to plant. It may be yours to come by and water the seed that's been planted by somebody else. You know, um, there was a time when I was going, man, I've been at this a while and I'm not seeing any fruit. Well, I did shortly after that. It
So
took
what?
about 6 months later, but it's a matter of vantage point.
What?
Chris made a good
Hello,
point.
hello.
Good evening, everybody.
Mhm.
Good evening.
I
Oh, Mark
love the
said.
conversation. You guys drew me out. I was in the living room with Diana, and she's like, "Go
So
in there,"
Mark,
and I'm like, "All right, I
Mark
will."
said that agnostic used to be an atheist, but one day realized that was simply faith too, except faith in there being nothing, so he stopped doing that.
I
Yeah,
have never, Chris, I have never worn my Great Cyclopean T-shirt, but I will wear it if you will come on my show.
Oh, I'd love to come on your show. The biggest deal is I end up getting sucked in at the drawing table, and everybody says, "Well, just
we
stream that," and I'm like,
scrambled.
I get in such a zone, I forget that like I have to eat, I have to sleep, I have to. Go on friends' shows. Sorry for Lorenzo. I've been promising to try to get on this for what, 3 months now.
Faith is the belief in the absence of direct evidence. Well, that's kind of how it's described. Was it by St. Paul? Was it St. Paul who said the substance of things hoped for and evidence of and then seen, or was that
Things unseen.
from the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament? Can't remember.
Yeah, Ty's right. The interest currently is at an all-time low. And I don't know how to address that other than just keep keeping on with the Lord,
Hey, Scrambles, great to see you. Well, here and Mark says he likes possibilities, so that's how I like possibilities. Hey, Diana, welcome.
Yay, hi, honey. That's my wife, guys. I don't just call every lady honey.
It's pretty wild. I mean, like I said, the last 2 interviews I did for the last 2 days have been Christian artists, in comics, and then there's Chris here and others, myself. My last name is Christian, so it was kind of hard for me to escape it.
We
Well,
just got
it's funny
stuff to think
because
about.
go ahead, Lorenzo.
No, she was saying it was a good conversation, and I enjoyed discussing lots of topics.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a lot of people, this is like a taboo subject, and I don't see why. I don't have fear within me, so why would I, have fear of speaking about what I believe? That's
My
my
only
world.
my
That's
only
my
fear is
worldview. That and if yours differs with mine, okay, I'm fine with that.
my only fear is that I end up so Christianity is such a divided religion
Sure.
that like I don't want to end up on the wrong side of that either, because my wife and I, we've kind of leaned messianic. Now we don't live by Jewish law and this and that, our understanding has become more of looking at it through the entire scope of the Bible. And
Right. Well, the
I
early
don't know, that
church
can
was
offend-
more,
Go ahead.
for like the first 100 years, the church was Jewish, and then
Yeah,
just
well,
slowly sort of divided itself, in between what they would call goyim, and Jewish. I mean, of course, the Jews were never happy that other Jews were joining, quote, Christianity, the church, which was a slur anyway to begin with.
well, anything that
Christians.
pulled them away from, Jewish law was really bad to them. And I get that because of where
Right.
they were coming from, but it's odd to me how they never picked up on the Holy Spirit. Well, not they, because a lot of them did. But the
Right.
ones who didn't, I don't know how they missed it. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that's, in the end times when we lost Captain Cummings. I don't know what happened to him, but, in the end times, I mean, they're really going to get it because they have shadows and types that are talked about for generations, within their traditions.
Well, we're seeing it right before our eyes. If we're honest, and if we have just a little bit of imagination, you can turn on any network, primetime channel, and you will be assaulted by something that could be definitely construed as not Christ-like. I don't want to call anything demonic or evil per se, but
people for that.
Right.
But what is
right,
it?
but you know what I mean? There's just this general.
Begins with an S. That's the big focus in like the mystical aspects of Judaism, and I think it's kind of
I know what
we call it the Holy Spirit, but it's like is it SH something?
it's right on the tip of my tongue. Madonna does it. A bunch of celebrities are into it.
Well, that's Kabbalah, but I'm talking about. Oh gosh, I can't think of the word but there's a term that's used that kind of the kind of means holy, like kind of like Holy Spirit, but it's I'm not talking about the word ruach, which means spirit, but there's another term that's kind of like a synonym, I believe. Oh gosh, I would have to look in the.
You dug this hole. I'm going to let you dig yourself out.
I'm waiting. I'm interested now.
He draws a sentence like, I got nothing.
Yeah, I think I'm probably the only one here that doesn't. I mean, I believe in God and everything, but I don't go to church. Like, but I do try to walk every day with them. So it's not like,
hey, George.
Greetings, everybody.
It's not like I ignore it. So it's just, I have no leg in this conversation because I don't know too much of anything.
Well, don't feel bad. My wife and I only go to church like literally 3 times a year, and I don't mean on holidays. I mean when we can get into the state where we have a rabbi pastor guy that we know, and I say it that way because we met him as a Messianic rabbi, and then a church hired him because they loved his preaching. So now I joke with him that he's a rabbi and a pastor
and a priest.
Yeah,
rabbi and a pastor. That way he's double fortified when he makes it to the doors.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, you had both your bets.
Well, one thing that we haven't talked about, but you talked about current events, Chris, it was, the anti-Semitism that's out there now is just ramping up in the last few years, like never before.
There's some really bad stuff on like they're on the one side, there are people blaming all the Jewish people for like certain actions of the Israeli military. On the other hand, there's people who are just completely. Yeah, so very few. I don't think very many Jewish people worldwide are even citizens of the state of Israel. So why blame every Jewish person, or even every Zionist? But on the other hand, the Orthodox Church in Gaza and the Catholic Church in Gaza got bombed. And before the Orthodox Church there got bombed, a few days before, there were rumors it got bombed, and it turned out it wasn't bombed, and then it got bombed. Then with the Israeli church, first there were these snipers that shot people going into the church. Then it later got bombed. And
So I have a question for you,
there's not
Lorenzo.
many churches in Gaza, and they're getting bombed.
But here's my question to you, okay?
Wait, did they get bombed because the comedy show sucked?
Yeah, but no, my question is serious. Like, so I believe that people were being shot by snipers, and I believe that they were bombed. But how do we have any idea who's doing that? Like,
Yeah.
so
Because the
with
Israeli
Hamas,
military actually admits to doing this. It's like, oh, we accidentally bombed
so
this
yeah, if they
place.
admit it, then it's definitely them. And if it was an
Oh, there's a
accident,
bunch of
then I don't know.
people
That's a matter of, do you believe them? I guess if it was an accident or
who
not.
believe the Israeli government when they say that they blew up a
Yes.
church.
Oh,
Yes.
if they say they did it, they did it. But I'm like, I don't know if it was really an accident or was it an operation? You know, was there
They claim they were aiming for a different target, but
It was a Hasbro operation.
different target.
friendly
Do
fire?
you doubt them, Lorenzo? I mean, you're the one that brought it up. You
But
must
not-
have a reason for bringing it up.
Hey, I got to break in for a second and just say, George, I don't know what you're showing there, but it looks so cool.
What?
I know the character, but is that like a bag or a T-shirt or what is that?
It's just a drawing.
Just all right.
See? It's-
So the word logic
Oh, it's a flip book.
are related.
No. This is me with my hair not combed, and this is me with my hair combed.
I see the difference.
So the word logic comes, I believe, from it has the same root word as logos, and wisdom in Greek is Sophia.
Yeah, I wanted to
You
mention
can say
earlier that's
Aya, or maybe it's Aya.
what you need to do. You need to take the words down to the root and see that,
Sophia.
till you get to the root meaning of words, you won't know what's being said in any language.
Well, the word Saint Sophia.
Well, then if you're gonna do that, then all of you in the United States are pretty much screwed. You know why? Because you all preach democracy and demon crazy. You're welcome.
Ooh.
What about
that was a good one?
Fela?
Well, democracy is a form of mob rule, which is why it's not practical.
There's no cigarettes in democracy, sir.
The Nigerian singer Fela.
That's why Republic works better.
There was a Broadway play about Fela, this Nigerian singer and activist.
Nigerian.
He had a song which talks about democracy, and he was thinking about the word, and like it was like demo crazy demo demonstration.
Crazy demo.
Well, the reason why they say demo is because as a demon and also as a demo, meaning half demon, everything that you're doing is half-assed. So that's why the Democrats have a donkey.
Do you guys remember Homer discovered that?
Boy, that was a stretch. I almost got a pneumothorax on that one.
But do you remember that? Homer Simpson found out that his house was sinking, and he rented a video called "Half-Assed Approach to Foundation Repair," and I believe it had a donkey on there, or half a donkey.
I didn't see that one.
But I wouldn't rule it out.
Ghost.
Like, yeah, that sounds like something that would happen in a Simpsons episode. Like
They've definitely taken shots at politicians over the years. They've definitely taken shots at politicians over the years.
Oh yeah, all of them. Well, almost all of them.
Well, they've been around for what? 40 years now or something.
That thing's been around since I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Oh, so Chuck's going to be reading Transformers 1 to 3 tonight. I just have to wait for someone to pass out. And Chris says tape is a great read. So was it Lewis that was an atheist and Tolkien who converted him to Christianity, or vice versa?
I don't know. I thought Tolkien was I thought he was Jewish, and then he converted. I thought he was Jewish, and then he converted to Christianity, and then from there he talked Lewis into being Christian, into Christianity from being atheist. So it's kind of like someone converted him, and then he went over and converted Lewis, or something like that.
So more points out a good thing. So the historians never believe 100% in anything and do not provide truth. That's and there's a historian who's also a pastor named John Hamer. He's very non-literalistic about his beliefs. But
Well,
he has the same thing that historians the history is not the same thing as truth. Nor deal with the supernatural history as a soft science and is what is the most probable, and that's what Pastor John Hamer says. It's history. It's not truth. It's the most likely scenario, and historians will actually disagree too on things like you ask them about like the historical Jesus, and some will say one thing, and some will say another, and
yeah, there's like different paths.
It's not an exact science.
That's why it is an exact science. If you get down, I mean, if you want to listen to people, you can, but get to the original language, break it down for yourself. There's ways to get to the truth. It's so simple. God didn't want it to be difficult. He made it very simple. For some it's too simple.
Different than the academic discipline of history.
Well, most academics, I would say 90-something% of pastors are preaching the gospel wrong. That's simply because they're going through the Greek. Now, when I go to translate or transliterate something letter for letter, word for word, I go through the classic Greek, Hellenistic Greek, and then to the Hebrew, but it was not written by a bunch of Greeks, but I don't bypass the Greek. I first go to the Greek, but then I take it further. Most do not. They'll spend 6 or 7 semesters on Greek, or years even studying Greek, which is a very difficult language to learn, as opposed to a very simple prime language, a Hebrew. If you want to know about Arkansas, ask me. I've lived here all my life. If you want to know about California, ask somebody else. So if I want to know about the Bible and what this Hebrew thing is, the Semitic language and Eastern tradition, then study Hebrew. You can even, and Aramaic's just very close akin to that. So you're really getting 2 for 1 with that.
Yeah,
but you don't totally do away with the Greek. But most pastors in most of the colleges that they'll teach you the Greek, but very little, maybe a semester or 2 on Hebrew, but not. I mean, it was written by a bunch of Hebrew men.
And it's interesting that even to this day, like I think it's Orthodox Jews who have their kids, or maybe it's ultra Orthodox, or maybe it's both. Will typically send their kids to can't remember what the Hebrew school to learn. And I'm just using English.
Well, I mean, the Jewish tradition is that each child is taught the Torah by their mother for the first 6 years of their life. And then after that, the father takes over. So they're being taught Torah. I'm not saying exclusively by the mother, but the mother really has an influence on the first 6 years of each Jewish child, at least the older tradition
Well, I've heard the same as with Yiddish, which is a whole different.
If you want to see a secular society, go to Israel, because most of Israel is secular.
That's what I've heard as well. I think so. Chuck was saying Tolkien was trying to establish a mythos for Englishmen. They didn't really have anything uniquely to English due to all the invasions and dilution or complete eradication of the existing culture. Well, there actually are what's known as the child ballads. Or I think the guys.
Oh, you can find, but nothing that really stood out. You know,
there are all these old folk songs that go back hundreds of years, and some of them are like in Scots English, and some of them are in like more like Saxon or standard English.
How was the mosquitoes, Chuck?
He also wanted to express his so he being Tolkien also wanted to express his faith in the horrors of war, the unspeakable acts of aggression people commit against one another. Tolkien was a complex storyteller. It's clear in the Bible there is a veil. Oh, and hey, it's good to see you. Unintelligent Design, Liam, welcome. And sorry for streaming over you. Didn't know you were live until just now. You're welcome to join the panel. Gosh, this could be conversing. Some of the chats could be from like a half hour ago. I saw a rabbi on TV, says Mark, once said none of us can agree about Judaism, and we argue and debate endlessly, but that only makes God smile. I've heard there's an expression. Was it 2 Jews, 3 opinions? And I believe the Talmud, from what I've heard, the Talmud is full of or parts of the Talmud that have to do with rabbinic debates. And I don't see that as a bad thing. Debating. And maybe one thing might welcome to this stream. Not actual DJ.
Thanks for the link, and I hope everyone's doing well. I'm just gonna listen right now. I don't have anything to contribute yet, but you guys are touching on some interesting stuff, and no, so far you guys I don't think you guys have the plot so far. So
so far, yeah.
So is it not an actual DJ that you go by on Twitter?
Yeah. Normally I'll put like a little. Sometimes I'll put a caption because I'm not an actual DJ. I've never professionally done any disc jockeying unless you count discs. CDs, DVDs. I guess these are discs, right? I jockey plenty of discs, but
hey, what is that? That looks cool.
This is the Evangelion movie 4.11, which apparently is 3.0 plus 1. So they had like 4 of these, and some people they get mixed reviews, but
It's the final version.
It's like a cinematic reboot of the Evangelion series, but it diverges from the original 26 episode TV animated series from the 90s. The graphics are good.
How do you like it compared to the original TV series?
Well, production value wise, it's certainly an improvement, but in terms like they've made some changes that if I was to discuss differences, I would be spoiling the events. But like there's some over the top stuff going on. Like I remember like the first time I saw the movie, I think it was just like over the top, computer generated imagery, over the top, like battle engagements. Like it's almost like more like sometimes you're looking at it, you're just like, this is so pretty. I don't remember what the substance of the story is, but this is so pretty. It's like one of those situations. But I mean, it's fun to watch. Like I think that to really understand it, watching the original series is where it's at. But this is like a nice nod to what came before. And that's just me, my opinion. And they got like a ship on here that looks like it's made out of a fish bone. But I mean, yeah, I'll show you real quick. So it is like a ship here, and this is like they never had a ship in the original series, but they have it in these movies apparently. So just some minor differences. But once again, so you guys are on an interesting topic here. What up, business talk? And it sounds like sometimes people debate like the chicken or the egg, and it's like you're not going in that direction, which is kind of like taking it in a different direction, which is pretty cool.
But we did talk about Hebrew and whether or not I believe it. I believe that the Hebrew language is a Canaanite language, and that there was a Proto-Semitic language, and then I don't think that it makes any of these languages less true. I just think that people just start speaking differently over time, and they change their pronunciation. Even in modern Hebrew is different than biblical Hebrew.
No, it's like Spanish. Spanish has many different dialect versions of it.
You start about
there's Latin, then there's Spanish, and then there's all because because like what my parents speak is what I speak, and what they speak comes from Mexico, and most of Mexico comes from Latin, and it's just honestly so a lot of languages are just kind of a mass miniaturization of other languages.
Hey, I want to ask you something. Do you know if there is a drastic difference? Because I've heard this, but I've heard it from other white people that there's a difference between Spanish in Puerto Rico and Spanish in Mexico.
Yes. Same thing for some countries like Argentina and a few other places where one word means one thing, another means another. I can't remember the exact because
Captain Cummings. By the way, Captain Cummings had to leave. I just wanted to say he said thanks for having me on. I'm tired, so I'm going to go read and then sleep. But you told a story that you were you were working at the store, right?
Yeah, I was working at a department store, and they asked me to go speak to a family that spoke Spanish. What they didn't tell me was that the family was from what was it? Was it Venezuela or Argentina? I think it was Argentina. Oh, the company that ensued. It's because some words mean something, some mean another. So you can be saying dog in correctly in our Spanish, but it means something else to them in a different in a different manner. For all you know, you're cursing them out and not know it.
You mean like so? If my friend from London comes down and he asks me if I have a fag,
yeah,
he's not asking for a homosexual. He's asking me for some sticks.
Yes,
gotcha.
That kind of a thing.
It's kind of crazy. Like Nova is like the name of a star in English is a kind of star, but in Spanish, doesn't that mean no go?
Nova?
Yeah, I know they named Chevy Nova, and they released it
Nova
somewhere
in one. And they couldn't sell them. They couldn't give them away because of the meaning.
No go.
No go.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah,
I think so. Let me look it up.
Would you like to buy this banana? It doesn't. This lemon rather.
I think it might be like the word no and the word va. Maybe va has something to do with go. Like, and when you put them together,
it's like I don't think it's necessarily grammatical, but I do think it literally means no go.
For tomorrow. Oh, El Hombre. No. Hey, Jack.
And so, and so I'm just highlighting that there's a lot of great comments. I hope YouTube actually shows the replay for the chat because I'm attempting to highlight the chat, and I'm sorry if I missed some people's chats. And hey, Anna, I don't know how long ago. So Anna Banana lives in Australia.
Oh, that was a while ago.
I remember her. Because
so does Liam, who was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still around, but I backed 3 of Liam's books. I didn't back the first book he came out with, the one that Odie drew. I wish I had, but
okay, because Nova sounds because Nova sounds more like new in English for in Spanish. Because to say star is estrella. So to say estrella novel, think I pronounced it wrong. Sorry. Because I don't know every word under the sun.
You know the
So
word
you got me there.
the star in I think it's Hindi and maybe Sanskrit as well. And it's like if you take but if you like take the S off of
Yeah.
star, you know, I mean like it's I think it's like Tara, but somehow we got an S on there, and somehow there's not an S on the word but Tara and star, like it's related. Those are related words because there was at least a hypothetical
No,
Proto-Indo-European language that
no.
all these different languages, including some of the languages of India, broke off of.
Yeah. Well, okay. I think I found a better. So it's do not, no, nay. So do not. So Noah is do not. Chevy do not. So Chevy do not.
So this is something that I'm sure Chris would be familiar with. Mark mentioned that Ruach HaKodesh is Holy Spirit.
Yeah. What is? I don't remember what language that is. That's not
It's
Greek,
Hebrew.
right? Yeah,
That's
it's not
Hebrew.
Greek.
Yeah, it should be Latin.
That's Hebrew.
Oh, shoot.
I was
heard
asking
it wrong.
the messianic believer.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
You read the Bible in English translation, right?
Me, absolutely. I like to
English.
pretend it, like
That's what I'm thinking.
by reading like half a dozen translations or so, I can claim that I'm getting a well-rounded witness, even though they all come from the same manuscripts.
What I think is interesting is if you look in the Jewish Publication Society, I believe it is JPS, their translation of the Tanakh is I know I butchered that word, but it says and it's something like when God's, instead of in the beginning, it's like when God began creating.
Oh yeah, they'll have like different translations of the English or from the Hebrew to English stuff.
Yeah.
There's a Bible out, I want to say the Living Tree or the Tree of Life. I don't know. There was one.
Yeah, that's when
floating around that supposedly has a Hebrew slant on it. But I don't know for sure because I just don't care what translation I'm reading unless it's really bad. Because honestly, like I don't
go back to what was it? There was Wycliffe and Tyndale, and a lot borrow. Like there's like this long chain of Bibles that were just kind of revisions of that, even going up to the New Revised Standard Version and English Standard Version.
Right.
Even like the New American Standard Bible, which uses it uses like it's like a different like Greek text type. It still reads a lot like the King James. So a lot of the phrases like in the beginning are and the King James reads a lot like it was just it was a revision of like a bishop's Bible, and it was compared to some other Bibles too of the time, and there like the King James Bible was like the culmination of, there were like a bunch of different Bible translations like over this time period going back to, was it Wycliffe and Wyndham and what was it, William Tyndale.
The King James is a little odd to me sometimes.
Yeah,
because like to put it in modern times, I almost wonder if that wasn't like the Elon Musk of their day, just having a and like, well, I now have my own translation. You know,
yeah, he didn't want the word tyrant in the Bible, so that was one of the reasons he had it translated, and he had to remove the references to tyrant.
My goodness, how about that?
Yeah, so on the Mayflower, I think some people brought the King James version, and some people brought what was known as the Geneva Bible, which is a Calvin Bible translation.
The Geneva is just as much of a nightmare to read, though.
Stabilize and kill each other from Jump Street. It's nothing new. It's a portrait of me before I shower. Huh. Well, there's a lot of interesting stuff that happened in. Oh, so okay. So that's one of the many reasons I've been a lifelong anarcho-capitalist. Is the humans have been finding new and interesting ways to stabilize the Jump Street. It's nothing. So anarchism. That's
No,
that's
humans are stupid.
really,
we're a stupid lot. That's what we are. For as smart as we can be as stupid as a bag of hammers.
yeah, we lost George.
That's humanity.
George
That's humanity in a
only
nutshell.
comedy
Smart but
stand-ups.
stupid.
What were you saying? I'm sorry.
That's humanity in a nutshell. Smart but stupid.
It,
Critic.
down with
We got something on the ball.
what
Like,
did I say that out loud? Sorry. No offense to the humans in the chat.
Remember in September 2001, there was a Pentagon summit with Hollywood's best creators. The notes are still classified and NDAs were signed. I don't know what the ideas were born. There have been used against us. Okay.
Tolkien was a devout Catholic. Tolkien was a Catholic his whole life. Lewis was atheist. Tolkien.
Okay, I got it wrong then.
Oh, you got to take off?
No. I said I heard it wrong, and then I got it wrong.
Oh, I thought you said I got it run.
No. I thought
you're saying you flipped it accidentally.
Half ruined their friendship. I thought wasn't Lewis like an Anglican?
I thought he was English.
Yeah, I thought the Church of England.
Yeah, no, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. Well, that's Anglican. So the Angles actually lived in what's northern England and Scotland. Like it's northern England and I think the Scottish lowlands. And so that's why you got the people up in northern England and then you got the lowland Scots English, and then there could be considered sister languages to standard English because there's some differences. Like we got the word Halloween, which is Scots English for hallowed evening. But that's just
what?
But hello and so Ean means evening in Scots English.
Oh.
And hello, like it means hallowed. Like hallowed be thy name.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Hallowed.
Yeah, so it's like hallowed evening.
Hello.
So what Halloween was the evening before All Saints Day. In the Latin in the Latin Rite, Catholic tradition, whereas the Orthodox Church, the Greek Orthodox, celebrate All Saints Day at a different time of year. Also, there was a Celtic festival around the same time that.
Oh Lord, not everything is stolen by people. Just some stuff just happens to line up on the same day. Jeez.
Well, I think there's good. In the northern hemisphere we have we tend to have like seasons.
Yeah, the seasons.
And things happen, and it makes sense that there would be like.
I mean, some of that is just it just comes from common sense, mainly because people see that the weather changes drastically after a certain amount of time, so they kind of call them something. I mean, nowadays we all call it seasons, but to others it's like the winters and this or that or whatever it is they want to call it at that time. They kind of just created a system around the idea that this is what happens after a certain amount of days and so on and so forth.
On the other hand, there's things like the idea that Christmas is based on the festival of Sol Invictus, the uncounted sun, is a misunderstanding, because the unconquered, so that the deity became like fashionable for like the king the worship the unconquered sun is like is there. It wasn't necessarily. I don't know if they necessarily didn't believe that other deities didn't exist, but they were like, I'm dedicated to this particular deity, and that one, and they chose December 25th. That after, I think it was after the Christians had already started celebrating Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, there was like a solstice, or there was a, what was it? I can't remember. Sometime around December, there was an older holiday, and I can't remember what that was called. Saturnalia, but it wasn't on the 25th. So I mean, so there might be some traditions in Christmas that come from Saturnalia, but it wasn't that like it was it's wasn't that the 25th was chosen like because of the solar deity or anything. It had to, there are some like reasons Christians at the time believed that Jesus was born on the 25th. Nowadays, a lot of scholars would say, well, that's probably inaccurate. Arkansas summers are miserable. I think, did we lose Rex? I think we lost Rex a while ago.
Isn't that his icon there?
I think so.
Wait, is Rex still
Rex?
here? Yeah, we still have Rex.
Yeah, he's probably doing something.
So Rex could tell us about Arkansas summers because he lives in Arkansas. But then again, Ty might have lived in Arkansas too, so I don't know. Yeah, I remember being on mountain roads on my way to Fayetteville in the dark, and it was raining with freezing temperatures. Chuck and Bianca Zombies fight Zombie says, "Sup, dudes? It's always great to see you." Bianca's that JD Kirby. Oh, DA Talks. The DA Talks, Dean. Welcome. Raising awareness that a YouTuber known as Finatra, infamously known for paying rent for an apartment just to live like a squatter, sleeps on the floor. I can't say the rest of it.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of. So I don't. I'll stop there. I'll stop there. For some, I just remember being on Vic King's stream, and Finatra was like and I had accidentally upset Vic, and we patched things up months ago, and Finatra was like, "Lorenzo, you're manipulative," and it was like, "Whoa, that's out of left field." And it might just because I'm like friends with like Dean and Vicky, but I'm friends with people who don't get along with Dean and Vicky as well. I mean, friends with lots of people. Let's see. It's like I don't know like Dean and Vicky in real life. I mean, I know them online. I've known Vicky online for a long time, but I'm not like not like a Vicky Vickyologist or whatever. I'm not an expert. I just know she's personally been kind to me, and so Dean, and it's like so I'm friends with her. It's like.
Well,
No, Lorenzo's an agent of chaos. He's going to cause chaos along the line.
The thing about Vicky is most times Vicky will say something that you may not like, but if you start digging, it's generally like 90% accurate. She might have a little bit of tude behind it, but if she's digging at something, there's something there, And if it wasn't for her, we probably wouldn't know half the garbage we know about, the garbage.
She's based in she was, I think she was like OG CG, and then EVS became like the head honcho kind of CG, and she didn't like the direction.
Yeah, but nobody voted for this fucker. I was just like, he's a non-voted for person. He just showed up. I'm taking over. No, you don't. Go elsewhere.
Now people. So the thing is, there's a lot of like people like Rex. I think Rex was very much inspired by Ethan, and if he can draw, and actually, I really enjoyed his early Comicsgate live streams, and the sort of back and forth banter, like back when Nurkish was on there, and back when you didn't know whether or not Cecil really was CG or if he was an SJW or what. It was. I found that really super entertaining, more entertaining than like any TV show at the time or now. Real well, most any TV show. Yeah, there are some really good shows, like especially with these streaming services. There are some awesome shows nowadays, but but still, I'd say was the early Comicsgate live streams were some of the most entertaining, like back and forth banter that I've ever seen, and that was one of the inspirations for this show. And so Ethan actually he had some early before he even did that, he had some videos about where he'd go and he visited his local comic book shop. He went to his hardware store and show people how you could just go to the hardware store, arts and crafts store, and show how you could just use the pencils and pens that they have there to draw with. He was like, this isn't the exact same, stuff I use, but this is, very, or similar enough that you can just go to the store and buy the stuff and draw like professional art the same way the pros do.
Well, that was back when he was focusing more on the pro secrets, right? Or at least that was that's when I started watching, when it was pro secret stuff. I was like, ooh, let me learn something.
Exactly. And I thought that was very inspirational. Ahoy, Jack Stafford. Great to see you. Got roast pork for tomorrow. It's awesome. Yeah, so he did some really good stuff. I won't take that away from him. I think he's got some some of the stuff he draws is really cool looking. I just don't agree with some. It's mainly I don't agree with some of his behavior, and if I were to buy one of his books, it would be just buy it straight off of eBay, which as he himself pointed out to me, he can do. You don't have to back his book and wait for it. You can. The price would be higher on eBay. But he had this thing not too long ago where you could was only like $5 or $10. Maybe it was like $10 more than the originally. You could buy even like the Cell. He had the, I believe it was the Salamandroid Chromium cover available for what he called Cyberfrog Monday, where you could just back it right there on Indiegogo, and it's already printed. He's got all these extra copies, and you could get and he had a bunch of action figures and stuff that you could buy and get right away. I was even tempted. I thought about buying that stuff, but it's like, I don't know.
I've backed a book. I have one book in current backing. He hasn't delivered yet, but I know he won't for years,
Well, he's got that Rainbow Brood book.
Yep, that's the one. That's
the
one.
Well, Chris, did you like your ash can you got from me?
No, there you
I actually did. I want to tell you though, I was so surprised because for some reason I had no idea what I was getting. And when I got it, I was like very hungry for more. And then I got detached. So I don't know where you are with the follow-up on that.
The follow-up is launching February 3rd. That'll be the complete Devil Flyer story. You got the first 7 pages in the ash can, plus a look at some of the characters. So, yeah,
I had no idea what I was getting, but I'm really anxious for more.
It's got I didn't even think about it, but John's style has like a golden age feel to it.
Heck yeah.
And he'll have a cover on the campaign, and I'm recently committed to doing a 0 issue with the supplement because it's a prequel. It'll be magazine size because he drew the Devil Flyer story to scale. The actual size of a comic book, very small, had 2 eye surgeries during that. Took him just at a year, a little bit over a year, because he did do the artwork, ink it, and do the lettering all himself. And I gave the storyboards and did the story. But that'll be available. We'll be launching over on Red Valkyries and the February 3rd. I'll be on John's Longbox, I believe, the 23rd. Before
if you can remember, please remind me, because I'd like to catch that. And by the way, the name of the Bible was Tree of Life. That's what Chris.
There you go.
Yeah, there's 2 trees mentioned in the book of Genesis.
An hour ago.
The tree of knowledge, good and evil, and the tree of not.
Oh, he's talking about an actual Bible translation name they came out with that was supposedly Hebrew, more Hebrew led than the other translations.
Well, we're looking at translations because I sold Bibles. I didn't know this going in, but I sold Bibles for 6 years in a Christian bookstore. And one thing you want to look at is 2 things you judge translation on: accuracy, or and then also, it's a sliding scale because not all Bibles are created equal, in what it's offering you. It's your comprehensions and the other thing, you know. And so there's some, like, even going back to the 60s and probably before then, but you had the Living Bible and you had the Good News Bible and translations like that were going for comprehension's sake. Now we have newer versions like the Message Bible, like that's a I know a lot of Black congregations like that because their reading level may not be 12th grade. It's true, it's and it's not just the Blacks, but
there's
but there are a lot of Black congregations I've seen that prefer that because the comprehension is there.
A lot of people don't speak, like, there's a lot of people who of different races who don't speak standard English. Like I was talking about, or maybe they don't, or maybe they speak it, but maybe their comprehension isn't as good. Like if you go to Jamaica,
well, these out with the 4 ye, that's the King James, and like the New King James are like written on a 12th grade level. Not everyone reads on a 12th grade level. Some can read higher, some lower, but
so the King James version uses, like, you have to go to the Oxford English Dictionary sometimes to find what the word meant back when the King James translators used it, because
and I should put the caveat in there that I did not just sell to I sold to everyone. It wasn't my store for one, but I mean, I have worshipped in a lot of Black congregations. Let's get that straight. So that's why I know that a lot of congregations embrace the Message Bible, and I don't have a problem with that as long as you know what.
My point was that, like, there are a lot of people who speak, a lot of Black people and some other, like. And then there's, like, even some white people who speak what's known as Black English vernacular, or and that that's different than standard English. Now there are people like Dr. Martin Luther King who could speak both, And there are a lot of black people who do
No, I
speak.
did.
But,
Ty wasn't inferring that there were illiterate
no,
blacks.
but I'm just saying is if somebody speaks like a, or if you like maybe speak, maybe there's a Cajun and their native language is Cajun or their dialect
I've known
of
some
they
Creole
speak
people.
Cajun English or something, and so maybe they might struggle with certain certain aspects of I mean I can not everybody can comprehend and speak
No, and then there's
because
other things that come into play. You know, there was this woman that came into
yeah
that was needed a larger font. I mean, the Bible can be in like 9 different volumes because the font
yeah
is so big. That's for people that are legally blind. And
you're talking
even
about
and she
different
had multiple surgeries on her eyes. So,
yeah you're talking about
but she
different,
wanted to read the physical, and not just do the
yeah.
audio.
And you're talking about how there's different Bibles to accommodate
Mhm.
different people, right?
Well, I mean, there's different comprehensions levels, right? If you're, some do not have the education to read on a 12th grade level, and some are, and there's a lot of, you know, they're going for translational accuracy. It can be more difficult to comprehend, be on a higher reading level.
Well, you know what,
So,
guys? When my first Bible when I was growing up was a living word, and it was, gosh, first grade I got it. And I used that thing for 4 years. And even though I would never use it as a main Bible now, when we were doing a street ministry, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, I would pull it out to help explain to people who never graduated from high school, who were homeless.
right.
And we'd be reading out of the King James or the New International Version, whatever one we were reading from, and they would get lost. And I would actually go back and look up the living word online so I could give them a simplified
Well, there's
take on it because it was
this
so
man's
easy to read.
son, this drug abuser and alcoholic, mostly alcoholic, but he was getting ready to go to Philadelphia up to a halfway house, right? And um, he asked me and another gentleman after our services, I think it was a Wednesday service, to go over there and witness to him before he went up there. And I did, and he was half inebriated or whatever. I mean, and the scriptures were coming to me because I read them out of the King James, although it's an exegetical Bible that has sort of a straight translation on one side. It's kind of like a interlinear Bible, although the Greek and the Hebrew is not written with the English there. And interlinear Bible, along with the American Standards, probably the highest translation you can get as far as accuracy. Now the comprehension level is, it's like I said, it's a sliding
the
scale.
standard version is very, very word for word, right? I mean, as
Yeah,
far as
very,
really
yeah,
get with
yeah. It's
considering
actually a
the
pretty
word
good
order is different
translation.
in Greek and Hebrew than English,
Yeah, it's one of the
but it's
best
actually
translations.
word for word.
But the scriptures were coming to me out of what I read it, which was the thou wherefore ye, which was the King James, right? But while witnessing to him, I just kind of translated it, and used everyday English,
Yep.
so that he could better comprehend what I was saying. I mean, here you're not only witnessing to a guy about, your faith and why you believe, and he did embrace God that lot. And that was the last time I got to talk to him, because he did go up to the rehab. He did get his life straightened out. And I think that was the beginning of it. And, and then he later, he's since passed away after that. But that was, my one and only time to get to talk to the gentleman. But, working in the field of, getting a better grasp on what, how a Bible is translated and the comprehension levels and knowing all that stuff, I think was kind of key with, communicating with people. Don't see anything wrong. I mean, we speak in everyday English,
Yeah.
of putting it in everyday common terms.
Well, that's what the New Testament, like, I think I've heard the Gospel of Mark is actually kind of rough Greek. I don't know if it might have been, might have been, somebody like speaks Aramaic and then writing in Greek. I heard it's a bit rough, whereas Matthew and Luke had more polished
I read
Greek,
something
but
like
they're
that too
writing in
somewhere.
what's known as Koine Greek, or Koine meaning like common, the common form of Greek that was
Right.
spoken throughout the bunch of the Roman Empire. I mean, Latin was spoken as well, but Koine Greek was spoken like all over the place.
Well, I when I talk about like the Message Bible in the Proverbs, it says they steal by the truckloads. Now, did they have trucks back in biblical times? No, they didn't. Is that meant to be a very literal translation or scripture? No, it's meant to be written for comprehension's sake with people for a lower reading level. Now, if that offends somebody,
It's not a word
I'm
for
sorry.
word.
That's just the
or,
level of reading that it's written at. And it's meant for you to comprehend the concepts that scripture is trying to get along and not a direct translation. Same thing with Living Bible, which might be a little higher than the Message, and then also the Good News Bible. And but I mean, you have to find, what best suits you,
Yeah. I used to read
It does you no good to read a Bible, and if it's not at your comprehension rate, you're going to get very little out of it. Now, that said, the Holy Spirit can guide you through that.
That's true. It's funny because, like, I have seen really dumb people who just get the Bible. I mean, they're reading it, and you're like, "There's no way they're getting that." And then they'll say something, just inspired by the Spirit, and you're like, "Okay, I guess he's got it." And then I've met like people who've gone to the colleges and they've come out and they're trying to be, Bible school teachers or something. And you're like, oh, okay, you're wicked smart, but you're missing something there, buddy. You're missing something.
Thanks for joining us, DJ Ronnie G.
See you, DJ. Have a good supper.
Oh, thank you very much. And, keep you guys on the background because, you guys are kind of just being rational and stuff here. So keep it up. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah,
Take care.
Hope you didn't mind the topic.
No, mind. There's nothing to mind. No, you're all good. I appreciate it.
Well, take care. It's great seeing you.
Likewise.
Later, man.
I hope you had a good New Year. Let's see. Oh, exit. So I'm trying to get. Oh, I'm on my phone. I'm still trying to get used to the controls here. Speaking of Finatra, here is the first episode of The Arena. Wasn't there an episode? Wasn't there an episode of Star Trek called The Arena? That's the one with Gorn.
One of your favorites because it has a lizard in it. I think you need to be in the cat bird seat, Lorenzo, where I'm at. So if you can switch us places, I think that'll give you full moderation over your own channel. You need to be up in the upper left-hand corner all the time.
Well, I'm in the upper right because that's also where there's an image of me.
Okay, whatever. It's your channel. You do what. I mean, if you want full, sharing capability, you need to be in where StreamYard puts you, though, which is unfortunately where I'm at. Just letting you know. I found that out the hard way.
Master Grade V2 Victory Gundam finished the top half yesterday, and I'm working on the legs. Oh, a model.
Oh, big old model, yeah.
Lorenzo, stop being haters, you detractor.
I'm sure there is a big debate going on the translated homosexual.
Which was called Robotech here in the States. Oh, hey, Caroline. Welcome. It's probably a half hour ago that you arrived.
Yeah, you're a little laggy.
No, Optimus is back in stock. That's cool. I don't know if does Dean have a wrench? If not, I can give him one. If DA talks, I might have to go through the replay to give him one, later on because it's really hard because I'm on my phone. whatever else you say about him, most of our lives were changed by Ethan.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, he's the reason I'm here. He's one big reason I'm here.
yeah, that's what I was mentioning earlier. It's like, yeah, it was a big inspiration on this show. It's early
His
Comic Live with the back and forth banter.
Yeah,
I
for me, it was his draw streams, because I was interested in comics, and here's a professional on YouTube drawing, and I know he doesn't do a lot of that now. I mean, some of it, it's just
yeah,
like what. Of course, he was drawing a diversity of things back then, but now he just draws Cyberfrog or
Are you
Rainbow the
talking
Brute.
about that anyone can draw series? Like anyone can draw Batman? Because that was one of the first remember was anyone could draw Batman. There was one where he even like drew Rose Tico and Slave Leia
Well,
outfit.
he did like a combination of Green Lantern and Iron Man on one that was interesting. Kind of a mashup character. And I know he did like a tutorial stream on 1 point perspective, 2 point, and 3 point perspective.
The Pro Secrets part of the channel.
Pro Secrets part of it, yeah.
Watching his channel, he was doing stuff like that. I was talking earlier about how
he's just talking trash like every stream he does. Like,
but back in the day, he was like I said earlier, but I don't think Rex heard it. I remember one where he went to his local arts and crafts store. And
I saw that where he went to Michael.
I remember that one.
Yeah,
he was actually showing off stuff. I actually bought some not that particular brand, but I bought some stuff in those recommendations. Unfortunately, there are not too many different brands out there to begin with, so it's kind of hard to. So because down here we got like Fine Masters Craft or something like that, or Master Crafts or Arts and Craft Material and stuff.
I wish we had a Michael's here. The only thing we have is really Hobby Lobby.
He went, right? He went to Michael's. So that is a chain store, not. But anyway,
it's a chain store.
So that was some real practical stuff. It was like, here's a store you can go to in many different cities, and you can get these supplies in there. And I think maybe he used like maybe different brand or whatever. But it's like this is professional, great stuff, and you can buy it right there at the store in your town. And it's like, and like he also had one where it's like, here's what it's like going to my local comic book shop, in which a lot of people probably never, the average person's never even stepped foot in a comic book shop. And those were such useful videos. I wish he'd do more.
You know what? Vonster over on Twitter, he showed that he had backed, I think, 35 different campaigns this year or something like that. I don't know. He was saying this is the way you can support indies. And I said another way you can support indies is take the platform that you have, whether it's a YouTube channel or a podcast, and feature some of these great creators like I try and do over on my show. That's another way you can really support and get their name out there.
Over here, I've got like 3 comics.
Yeah, we try to like. Okay, well, because I'm one of the many artists that do show up on. Which I do have actually something up, and he hasn't put it up. So I'm assuming he has.
Yeah, do you have something to? You do.
Yeah, it's already up on the screen.
Thanks for. Oops.
I'm still going at it. I'm right now. I think I'm on I'm on the equivalent of page 20 because this thing goes weird because it decided to take the back page 1, 2, and 3 and make back front inside cover and then all the rest of the page. So I'm technically on page 20.
Oh, by the way, folks, check out Keely's link.
But what I'm go for it.
Wait a second, Keely. Oh gosh, Keely, male or female? Damn it.
Just Keely. Go check out Keely's thing.
Yeah, just check out Keely. I'm really sorry.
Keely's channel. Check out.
This is why I'm like, yeah, maybe we should get rid of pronouns because I don't know, like like a lot of people in the chat.
Yeah.
I can't. It's just like I said, like there's like hundreds of people I see in the chat, in various chats, and I can't always remember. I'm really sorry, Keely. But Keely's like one of the best mods around in indie comics.
Well, I kind of like that you're not sure on the gender there, because that just expresses how little it really means.
Well,
Haley is a person that you know and love. Your buds.
It's and people are discussing. We're discussing, because I'm sure this is old chat, but someone's like, yeah, Macross was ahead of its time. Another good one is the Battleship Yamato. I've heard of it. It was.
Didn't the actual ship go down?
Oh, so that was the same show. Star
Blazers, yeah.
And Battleship Yamato were the same thing.
Yep.
It probably says the Blacks, so that's probably going way back to when Rex was talking about different types of. Sir, you are speaking to a Black. Yeah, Black. Yeah, Yamato is fantastic. I gotta catch up on the one 2119 or Yamato 2122, whatever it's called. I'd love to rewatch the original.
I've only seen the original, at least the Star Blazers version of it.
So too illiterate, Black. Scott, it says Ty. So Ty's got Ty is roasting Rex.
I heard my name.
The original 4 guys from the war campaign. Oh, the Blacks can't pass the SAT and ACT. Got it, says Ty.
You are behind in the chat.
Yeah, I am way behind in the chat. I've prayed everywhere, man. I've prayed everywhere, man. I've prayed, man. Wish Browns, Blacks, and Jews with Browns, Blacks, and Jews.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah, you're very far behind these. That's not not necessarily a reading level thing. It's idioms and figures of speech. Oh, well,
and DJ Ryan, you said it was good hanging out with.
You guys, pardon my quietness. I mean, do you want me to go through them faster for you, dude? Lorenzo?
I'm just slowly highlighting. That's not necessarily a reading level thing. Idioms and figures of speech tend to be cultural. So yeah, there's in the Georgia Sea Islands. There's this Creole language. It's a Creole English called Gullah or Geechee. It's a Gullah or Geechee people, and it's quite. It's more similar to Jamaica Patois, Jamaica Creole English, than it is to Standard English. And if you look at these Creole languages, if you look at like a Creole English is closer to a Creole French as far as grammar, like Haitian Creole and Jamaica Patois or Jamaica Creole English are closer grammatically than they are to like the standard, than Jamaica Patois or Creole English is to Standard English, or it's closer to other Creole languages because it's interesting. So, like to indicate past tense, the word did. There's also the word done to show an action is completed. So instead of saying, what,
there's probably a male and female also, right?
I'm not fluent in Jamaican Creole English, so I'm probably butchering things, but or even down south in Southern English, there are Creole English influences. Like a lot of people say, I done, for to indicate that I, that they
The action's been completed.
Yeah, and they do
Yeah.
that in Jamaica. It's just
Yeah,
it's
I
just
mean, Hebrew language is the same way. You have
yeah,
a
yeah.
completed action or an uncompleted action, especially when it comes to prophecy. That's important, and you have a male and feminine, almost like Spanish and several other languages. English is not that way.
Leaving.
English is more of a man construct. Jack Stafford says, Lorenzo, yes, DA talk needs a wrench when you get a chance.
Yeah, I might have to switch devices to do that. Otherwise, it'll mess up my audio. When I switch tabs, it sounds like I'm underwater if I don't already sound that way. I believe they just released a 4K version of the original.
I like audio anyway. I think everybody should have some sort of audio version of the Bible just to listen to, whether it's on their computer or, boombox or whatever. It's a great way to study.
Ty can speak AAVN. What is AAVN? Mostly when reading comics on air. So that's some sort of. So it sounds like there's a new with a Yamato. It sounds like there's a 4K version.
The 4K version.
I just had to buy the 4K UHD friendly drive for my PC so that I could import the 4K Lord of the Rings trilogy to my library. Wow, there's a that would be yeah. So one of the things I'd like to upgrade is my television set. I want to get one that's I can also use as a monitor.
That's what I have in my office. I use a 54-inch TV as a secondary monitor.
Don't stop now, Lorenzo. You're almost caught up with the chat.
So what Ty was so the thing is there's actually it's confusing because there's different Bible verses, but there is something that one of St. Paul's epistles does mention what we would call a top and a bottom, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Like who's on which end of the as far as concerned sexual acts between
Head or not the tail. Oh,
yeah,
Lorenzo, I got to get out of here. I've been streaming since 4 o'clock this morning, or 4 p.m.
I was about to say 4 a.m.
4 p.m. Yeah, well, that's a lot.
You're like probably jelly now.
Yeah, this is my third show to be on. So everybody can find me over on Devil Flyer, Momentum, something like that on Twitter. Chris, I hope
I'll be in touch real soon, brother.
Huh?
I'll be in touch real soon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
I've been dropping your link since 5. I know. I'm glad to see you come over to fund my comic. I know you were over on Kickstarter. I know you started off on Kickstarter, didn't you?
Yeah, I did Kickstarter, then Indiegogo, and then I'm sorry, bro. Luke is. If I don't care what people think, I like Luke for a lot of reasons. So I was real happy to join in.
That's where I'm going to be launching Devil Flyer February 3rd. So
awesome
and exclusively
to try out my comic, but it's been around for a while and it seems to be a proven thing.
I think they're way ahead, I mean, John Malin and Kelsey Shannon, and eventually Ethan will go over there. You wait and see. I mean,
see, that's the thing is I haven't seen those guys go over there, but has it been a year since it came out?
No, it's not even been a year. But yeah, John Malin's been over there. Shelby's got one over there now.
It's a really great site for creators, like the back end of it. if you have any problems, and I don't mean, you'll get a
Definitely. If
FAQ
you
back
need
in
any
response.
help, it's
I'll
very
make
user friendly.
a comment in a second because it's an interesting comment, and it depends on one's translation. But I think the original was talking about tops and bottoms. But in the newest version of the new revised standard version, which is like the NRSV UE or something like that, they say temple prostitutes. But I think the actual verse does talk about someone on the giving end and someone on the
Again, go to one of these places like that have a proven record for decades, logos.com, get to the root of the word. You won't have a problem.
So,
It takes a lot of the guesswork out of it.
So the thing is that if somebody, even if it was a man and his wife, if the woman was on top, that was considered demeaning to a man at the time.
Wow. I'm learning so much. Anyway.
When this was written.
Anyway, Lorenzo, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, as always. I hope there'll be more Sleestakian in the near future. I hope I don't have to wait till next year, but maybe. I guess this year's about up.
Well, the year ends on Sunday night, Monday morning.
Yeah.
So we're gonna wake up to a new year on a Monday morning.
It's too soon for me. That's all I'll say. I don't know if I'm ready for
no reverse cowgirl.
Like not yet. But that was like, so that's what, that's part of what the debate was about. And there were so I think there were some sort of like temple prostitutes, but I don't really. Yeah, people viewed sex so much differently back then that that's where there's so much debate over things. I find it all fascinating. Yeah, it's so.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a distinction though. In Paul's what Paul was talking about is distinguishing the role people took in bed. Which side of the things the guy was on. But he could have been talking about like male temple prostitutes as well. Could have been.
Hey, dude, I gotta go because I gotta work in the morning. I just realized it's 10:30.
Oh yeah.
But thanks for having me on. It's been good talking to you guys, man.
Thanks for coming on here and
thank you for coming.
Yeah, I know it's difficult, like to host a show one night and then go on another show. I get burnt out.
No, you know what happened tonight? So I got a new iPad today, and normally I'm asleep by 8:30, but because of Apple's automatic transfer from one iPad to the other takes so long, I ended up taking a 5-hour energy. So that was around 3:00. So I'm actually now starting to come down off of it. Like I wasn't speeding when I came in, but the first 3 hours of a 5-hour energy, I feel fantastic.
Oh yeah.
And so I took one so I could be up for the iPad transfer. Finally did it. Everything's good. All panic is saved because I was transferring all the 3 comics I got coming out in the next 3 rotations here on it, and I'm like, but it made it, and I have the old one still, but it's transferred.
Well, that's a backup of the backup of the backup of the backup.
Well, yeah, it's like transferring onto a new ship. My old one's going to my daughter because she has my old one and it's starting to die. And I'm like, okay, so that's the only reason I got one because my wife insists on getting me the latest.
Well, I don't have the latest one, but I do. But I did get buy an iPad off of somebody, and I'm using that mainly for like if when I do render stuff and I can't sit there and draw at the same time. So on my desktop, so. Because I just recently also got a new a new pen tablet for the computer because the because the current one I have was a Wacom, but it's starting to drift, especially with certain pins. And
Interesting.
or like if I try to move items or move things around on the thing, and suddenly it starts, it locks up, and I I have to like literally move the whole pin off of it.
How old was it?
I think I got this 7 years ago. So
Yeah, Wacom's great, but like I had one of their bamboo, and after like 5 years, it was kind of not the same device anymore.
Yeah, it just after a while, just like fuck you.
Yeah.
so it's reaching that year. It's reaching that year where it's like it just suddenly starts turning into a problem, and I have to get to the point where I have to get a new one, and like. So that's exactly what I'm doing. Is I got a new one, but I'm trying a different one. I'm trying a XP pin. It's bigger than what I have now, but
is it
but it's
comfortable?
different, huh?
Is it comfortable?
I haven't put it on just yet, mainly because I'm right. I bought one of those a bed on a box, those mattress in a box, and so we're getting things set up so we can put the mattress in and then let it air out for the next 2 days, and I have to sleep elsewhere while it pops up.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, please like and share the stream. Sorry to interrupt you earlier.
Yeah.
It really helped get the word out. It was kind of in a rush to. I set up the stream at the last minute today. It's always I never know when to quite. If I set up too early, then people see it and they think I'm going live, and it's like 5 hours earlier, and they might not show up. So, but if I do it like at the spur of the moment, then
and there he goes.
I hate off-gassing from plastic on the new furniture and bedding. Yeah, I don't like that either.
Yeah, so it's one of those ones where it's gonna, I guess, because it was vacuum sealed, so I'm guessing it's one of those beds where it needs time to go back to normal, I guess, or something, whatever it is that it needs to do. And then
looks like we lost Chris.
Okay.
And check out Carol Shack channel, YouTube channel.
Okay. So
and I think there's also a Facebook channel. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was like, right now a lot of these panels aren't lining up vertically and horizontally because I can't, because I suck at it. So I got to go back to some of these with some more finesse when I get there. And then I was like,
so and you're already drawing it your second time.
Well, no, right now I'm just adding pages now. So I'm trying to at least have at least 30, 40 pages sketched out. So when I start it, I have all those. I have pages to go through, and just keep adding as I go. And then
this is Detective Muse, right?
Yes, it's Muse. It's Muse Detective Muse Detective Agency. Or I'm because I'm not sure if I should put Detective Muse or Muse Detective Agency, because the agency is the last part of it. Because the idea is that the title of the series is the title of the business, of her business, and then so what it is, I kind of added more cast to it, so there's more a bigger cast. So this is why you're getting more so there's more screen time for these characters. And basically they're talking about Sherry, and it's like, yeah, well, Sherry's this and Sherry's that, and it's like, well, we need to solve this case before anything else happens, and da 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 da. And so right now you kind of jinx themselves. So now it's it's about to have another victim, and then you kind of see more of what's going on. So right now, you actually, as far as the story is concerned, you actually haven't met them one of the other main characters of the series just yet. So that character hasn't showed up just yet. But I'm getting there. And then so I'm just having fun doing this. Trying to create a mystery because I really haven't done those. And there he goes. He learns out himself again. Come back. No. There he goes.
So,
Welcome back.
so I was listening, but I was making DJ Ronnie G a mod as well as DA Talks. I thought the, I thought Ronnie G was already a mod.
That's what I thought.
I didn't, and then I didn't know for sure about Dean because he hadn't
Mr. Bean?
I hadn't seen him in the chat till this week, and maybe just fairly recently I started seeing him in the chat. I've seen Vicky around, and she has a. It's just haven't seen Dean around as much, and so because I hadn't seen him around till I was started streaming on my phone recently, and so unfortunately neither him nor apparently Ronnie G had a wrench. Ronnie G part is odd because unless he maybe has two accounts. Is the volume messed up on here?
No, I can hear you.
I think you sound a little quieter now that I switched.
They
mess up the audio when they go to YouTube, so that's why I was reluctant to do that earlier.
No worries.
But yeah, I was listening to what you were saying. I was just
I'm just like I said, I'm adding characters. I'm adding to the mystery, so it's just not just one character and one have you. So
yeah,
and then just trying to add more lore and background to the characters.
I might exit out of here and come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You're
All right.
back.
Well, he'll be back in a second, or two. And there he goes. The after. So you guys want random facts? A man named Ken Storks, Stornes, breaks world record for highest jump. He jumped 40.5 meters, which is 132 feet for those of you who don't know kilometers and meters, into the cold water of Syrian, Stryn. So that's a huge jump, and that's goddamn cold. Mm-hmm. Hey, hummus. We're waiting. We're waiting for Lorenzo to come back. Oh, doing good. Just working comics and work. Just having a little bit of trouble with some of these angles sometimes. Kind of taking a bit. Hopefully he comes back pretty soon. Someday. Listen. There he is. Welcome back.
Well, hey, welcome, Hummus Hero. Good to see you again. Can you hear me, Daniel?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, the volume's back to how.
Normal.
Yeah. Yeah. For some reason, when I go to YouTube and come back, it messes up the volume.
Nah.
Well, I think it's because YouTube has. I think it.
It's them, not you.
YouTube has audio and StreamYard has audio, and for some reason there's some conflict when I'm on my phone.
Conflict of interest.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I said, I'm hoping I'm gonna try and get as many pages as I can ready, and then just start on the new year. So yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. And it's like I'm not gonna care if I have pages done. I'm just gonna I'm whether I make it 30 or 40 pages, I'm just gonna get started inking them, and then have that on the Patreon, and that'll be a safe for work Patreon that everybody can do. So I'm thinking like $3 or $5. Because they'll also get to see like work in progress stuff and what I'd have you as the pages go. And then yeah. So more or less this will be 50 pages of work that I'm gonna try and put up per chapter or per chapter. So like every chapter should be at least 20 to 50 pages. Or at least that's my idea. Some will be short, some will be long, many just dealing with whatever's gonna be there. And then so every story is gonna be at least several chapters. Isn't like, you know, and see how that goes. And there he goes. Welcome back, dude.
Now my audio's messed up again.
Did you just want to call it here, Ron?
Welcome, Dragon.
Hey, Dragon.
Hello.
I'll be back in a second. Let's see.
2
And we
hours
never
later.
heard from him again.
Yeah. No, I just telling Lorenzo was like I'm gonna have right now. I'm trying to get at least somewhere between 20 and 30 and 40 50, or the whole chapter done, which is like 50 pages, and then put this on my Patreon. Well, work on it on my Patreon. So. So I'm just kind of debating what to price it at for a tier, and how many tiers to have. Because people are just going to be seeing me as I work through the pages. Sometimes I'll go back and fix a page or two, and then I was like, yeah, well, didn't like that. And there he goes again. And then, but yeah, I just kind of decided, like it's never going to be ready if I don't ever do it. So I'm just going to do it and see how it goes. If I keep fidgeting with it, it's never going to get done.
So did you watch anything for Christmas?
Did I what for Christmas?
Did you watch anything for Christmas?
Leo. Adam Sandler movie.
Much better.
We watched that. We watched Super Mario Brothers again.
What was that like?
Which one?
Super Mario Brothers.
It was good. Watched it by myself the first time. Then took my mom to watch it, and then we watched it again here at the house. And then we watched which is an Adam Sandler movie on Netflix, which is actually pretty good.
What's it called? The Adam Sandler?
Leo.
I've never seen that one.
And he basically plays an iguana that's been living as a school pet for, I think he said 74 years.
Oh wow!
1940 since 1946.
Oh, please like and share the stream. Really helps get the word out.
Yeah, since 1946. Man, that's a long time to be in that one area.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah. It's only until the substitute teacher shows up and he's like, "Hey, when you all screwballs gotta take this pet home for like for a weekend."
It's never gonna happen.
In real life, probably won't happen now. They used to do it in the past. Back when my parents were kids, they did it.
And what else did you say you watched?
The Super Mario Brothers. Let's see. I'm trying to think what else to watch. I think my parents watched Top Gun, Maverick, which was the good one.
Yeah, I've heard good things about that.
And then see.
That's one of the actual, like, really solid sequels.
Yeah.
Sound like they went for the feel of the '80s movie.
Yeah, no, it basically just kind of stuck to the story that it wanted to tell, and I think that's what kind of pissed people off because it didn't stop you to lecture how people are stupid and why this is a B Z or is important. They're just, hey,
So,
we need you to train these idiots to be to run through this tight space area in a certain amount of time and drop this bomb off and boom, you know. That was the premise of the story. It didn't spend any time trying to
it wasn't updated for modern audiences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How they it's
like, their wording is like, oh my god, it's like this thing is
not all like the original. They're like, well, this is updated for modern audiences.
Yeah, usually when I hear when it's being updated for modern audiences, in other words, you're gonna sit there and you're gonna wag your finger at people for being people.
I am going to watch.
In other words, it's updated for snowflakes that can't handle reality.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to watch Oshaka.
No, reality informs.
Is that Star Wars?
Yeah.
Ashoka.
Ahsoka.
That's the.
That's
Jedi.
That's Anakin's apprentice in the Clone Wars and stuff like that.
She's an alien race.
Yeah. Twi'lek.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't. No, she's not.
Oh no, Tortuga. Sorry.
Welcome, Master.
Yeah, the Twi'lek is what's her name? Hero species.
Hmm.
You know the pilot Rebels.
The Twi'lek. The pilot is a Twi'lek. Ahsoka is a Tortuga. I can't say it.
How is that pronounced?
She's in the building.
I can't pronounce this shit.
Welcome.
Yes.
Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels. Okay.
Yeah, that's where Ahsoka came from. The other ones are from Clone Wars and I think Rebels. Because Ahsoka was the Clone Wars. And
welcome, James.
Hey, James.
How's it going? James is joining us from New Zealand.
The Gruta is what they're called.
Over there. Is it the
sorry?
What time is it over in Kiwi Land? Is it the afternoon? Early evening?
About 3 minutes to 5 p.m.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's actually the time we start in the Pacific time zone in the U.S. is 5 p.m. Pacific. I believe is when we start the show.
Oh. 5 p.m.
I'm in the Eastern time zone, so it's 8 p.m. Pacific when we start. So it's interesting.
What's the time now?
Oh, it's 11 p.m. Eastern, or almost 11 p.m. So
about to be 10 here.
Oh wow.
Well, but Daniel's in Central. What time would it be Pacific then?
Oh, it's 10 p.m. It's about to be 10 p.m. here.
I think it would be 7 p.m. Pacific.
Jeez, you guys are having a late one.
or would it be 7 p.m. Pacific? Can anyone? Does anyone know what time it is? Pacific time? 11 p.m. Eastern would be what Pacific?
Pacific. Let's see.
3 hours behind.
California is 2 hours behind for us. So
Pacific. Okay.
9, 8, 7. So it's about to be. It should be about to be. Should be about. It's gonna be 10 here. It's 10, 9. Should be 8 over there.
Yeah. How much 0 saying 8?
The tell folks.
So it's finally the time in the Pacific time zone that we start here in the Eastern time zone.
And you're a day behind too, right? Because it's Friday here currently, so it'll be Thursday for you,
it's
correct?
from the future.
Yeah, so we get New Year's Day, like we'll be celebrating. You guys will be like, "What? It's not even New Year's yet. What are you doing?"
What are you talking about? Well, let me put it this way: if you're in Japan, if you go to Japan right now and you stay for New Year's, you will celebrate New Year's Saturday night. While we, no, I'm sorry, Sunday. Our Sunday night because Japan is 14 hours ahead of us here in Texas. 14 hours, between 12 and 14 hours. So depending on where you are, if you're in California, you tack on an extra 2 hours. If you're in New York, you take off 2 hours.
What if the further you were into the future made you more woke? Like, because California is more woke, but then like the leader of New Zealand is like super woke from what I've heard.
Oh yeah,
Because you guys are so far in the future.
It's big to us from the future.
You know, that's like America is in 10 years.
Yeah, it's pretty much like Justin Trudeau from Canada. Well, Labor's like got voted out supposedly, but the guy we got in now, we've got like a coalition of like 3 parties in now. It's like the first time that's ever happened, and yeah, for some reason,
the other guys just as bad.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
like out of the fire and into the frying pan. You're like shit.
Yeah, they're carrying the baton on from the Labour Party. Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But so imagine being that rich, you could have Christmas in like all the different areas of the world. There, like if you just traveled that quickly.
Hummus Hero says, yes, laugh out loud. New Zealanders are always speaking to us from the future. And he, Elkin Slice, great to see you.
I'd just like to apologize for
Kiwi.
For Taika Waititi.
Why are you tasting kiwi?
Good question.
I apologize for Taika Waititi because that was our export to you guys, and I'm really really sorry.
I don't think I'm not familiar with it.
the movie guy, he's like, I don't know, he's screwing up Star Wars or some shit. Or Thor.
Yeah, he's.
Good day, mate. Nah, sorry.
Maybe the guy was always ahead.
Isn't that more of an Aussie thing? Even though, but you guys do say good day and mate. You just don't say it as often, or what?
Yeah, well, down south here, we kind of talk a little bit more like that, whereas up north they got more sort of North Island accents, which
So more Chris Hemsworth than Steve Irwin. Yes, no.
Well,
about a mile off.
Your region's more kind of like more like the more based part of the country.
Well,
you guys are more hardcore than like no offense intended to my friends from northern New Zealand, but southern is more it's like more rural. It's not Auckland's up north, right?
Yeah, Auckland's up north. Yeah, and they're
gold mining town that has some cultural, probably might even have some cultural overlap with like America, because apparently some of the gold miners from San Francisco, I think, ended up like in with the Klondike and Yukon gold rushes, and then ended up in Australia and New Zealand, and there's overlap with some of the folk music and stuff that I was reading about.
Yeah, it probably does. We got like
There were some people who just went from one gold rush to another, not necessarily striking it rich, but hoping to make money.
Yeah,
Is what I heard.
it's we've got like it is just a little mining town, but so we have kind of like the boring accent that I've got here, and then at the further down south you go, the more they roll their R's, so it's quite weird their accent, and then up north they kind of sound like, well, yeah, I don't know how to explain their accent, or I would do a sample of it, but it might offend someone, so I won't. But yeah,
Well, we're all about offending people here. I kind of stopped worrying about. Well,
I don't think anybody cares about being offended.
No,
okay, good.
I
Well,
don't certainly care about being offended.
Not setting out to offend people, but we just.
well, up north they're more like, oh, kia ora, bro, get some KFC,
I'll
some
go for
fish
some
and
KFC.
chips.
So that,
Yeah,
so yeah, you probably did offend a bunch of people.
yeah, yeah. I did give fair warning, but you know, it is what it is. You probably got an angry mob standing outside now.
Kiwis. Where was Lord of the Rings filmed? Which of the islands?
New Zealand?
Probably Weta Workshops where they do a whole bunch of CGI.
Is that up
But
north or down south?
Weta Workshops is up north, but apparently they just lost a whole bunch of jobs there, like because Unity bought it. Unity bought them out, and so they just sacked like 200 and something workers at Weta Workshops. And what's weird is they started all this woke shit in my hometown, where they've did this supposed to be like the people, the Maori people. It's supposed to be like a almost like a museum, but it's not historically accurate. It's like they just kind of rewrote history, and it's not really going into the history of them in the mining town. It's just kind of like going into almost what's like fantasy stuff, or it's not accurate. And so like it's just really strange, and they're charging like $40 for people to go there, like tourists and that. And like I was just thinking, what like, and Weta Workshops is behind it, by the way. So I don't know how it's going to go if Weta Workshops is kind of like gone bust, and this Unity's taken over, and as if anyone's gonna, like, our town, we don't get that many tourists, and as if you are a tourist, as if you're going to be like, oh, let's learn about this culture that I don't give two shits about. I mean, there are people out there like that, but
Well, have a good night, Elkin Slice. Elkin Slice is getting all upset that people aren't seeing the chat.
oh, hey, buddy.
You think Kiwi gives Lord of the Rings? They allowed America to show off the beautiful landscapes. New Zealand goes hard. That's where Mordor is. Said his dad is from New Zealand. Or no,
one does not sit and walk
kid for a while.
Mordor.
I really wish you guys forgot the chat. KFC is garbage. Used to be good years ago. So that I heard it's really good in Japan, but
yeah, well, Japan tries to be innovative with their shit.
And Elkin Slice is leaving, and have a good night.
Good night.
New Zealand has the most diverse landscapes on Earth, says Home Zero. And welcome back, Liam. The links in the pin in the chat if you want to join. You don't have to, but you're welcome to. And in a consolidated area, that is consolidated area. Oh, it does seem like a very diverse country. I remember this old video from like the 70s about, I think I might have sent you that. James.
Oh yeah, you did. That was quite a good watch, actually.
It was like this really old video. It was like a tourist video or something. What I recall.
Yeah. Yeah.
The comic being made is, what was it called?
Muse Detective Agency.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try and have. I'm gonna put this on Patreon, but I'm gonna try to have at least 30, 40 pages all sketched out. So I'm just so when I get the Patreon, it's just nothing but inking and lettering, and so you guys just get to see the process as you get finished pages, and so this so you're seeing the story written as it's going.
Sounds cool.
That's a good
So I
idea.
wanted to ask James. Sorry
Mhm.
to interrupt your story, James, but
Mhm.
so it's the studio behind Lord of the Rings that set
Yeah,
up create like museum that's inaccurate.
yeah. Weta Workshop created this like museum type thing. It's supposed to be like to do with like the culture of Maori and stuff, but it's not like accurate. So like they just kind of it's just looked like it's just been like picked up from Wellington or Auckland and just slam dunked here in the South, and it's just like 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 it's just kind of like you guys getting something from I don't know some woke state and getting it dumped like right right at your doorstep basically, and it's like what the hell, this doesn't belong here.
Yeah, because Daniel's down in Texas, and so it'd be like if well maybe something from like
Hmm.
Portland, Oregon, or something that just ended up in some
Yeah.
conservative part of Texas.
Yeah, and it's like it's just real tacky. It's kind of like a tacky brand that they've put on this culture, and it's like I guarantee your ancestors would be turning in their graves if they saw that you sold out, your culture, and that like you can go to this like for example, greenstone necklaces, right? Every
Mhm.
woke person in New Zealand wears one on TV. Every woke person does, and they buy them like there's shops where you can buy them for yourselves. But from growing up, I've learned that with greenstone necklaces, you should never buy them for yourself. They've always Maori tradition has always been that you get given one. And yeah, that's just because it's just the sacred way of doing it. But now it's just encouraged that anyone can just get one, and it seems like the bigger the greenstone necklace on TVNZ right now, the more culturally sensitive you are. It's kind of like that because they wear some ridiculous sized ones. It's just crazy.
Why was like the bigger the bling, the more awesome you are? The hell?
Yeah,
That's
it's
not
pretty
how
much
it
that.
works.
Yeah, that's right. And they're like all like these white journalists as well that are doing it, and they're like, oh, it's like just a tacky brand for them, and it's like, dude, that's someone's culture. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not my place to say. I don't speak for them, but
Yeah, but apparently it's okay when they do it to white people. It's like the fuck. No, don't do it to them either. You're
yeah,
gonna,
exactly. It's like, look how diverse everyone is. It's like, yeah, we all can see that. We don't need to announce that. It's just like TV shows and movies from like the 80s and stuff were like that too. We just didn't fucking say it. Like we didn't need to announce it every 5 minutes.
that was the see the 80s and 90s were pretty badass for diversity and whatnot, because you know why? That's because we didn't make it a big deal about it.
well, the
Exactly.
early '80s got kind of like the Reagan years were pretty conservative, but things got pretty. I mean, versus like there was a time in the 1970s where like there was like the disco scene and people were doing all this drugs and stuff, and I think people kind of I think the pendulum kind of swung in the opposite direction with like the whole anti-drug got Reagan thing, and then but but I think it was during the late '80s things got there got to be some more political correctness, but there also got to be more, but there was also like a real meaningful diversity though, and people in like during the late '80s and early '90s, people were just like, okay, we're gonna go and maybe we're gonna go and reevaluate some things, but we're not gonna go like the people we're not gonna go and like get too carried away with political correctness, but like it seemed like even the left was like and liberals were like, okay, this some of this political correctness is going too far and it's silly.
Now
They had
it's
shows
ran
like
away with
Married with
itself.
Children, which definitely wasn't politically correct, On the other hand, there were conservatives complaining about the show because it was so. I'm pretty sure there were conservatives complaining about it because it was pretty. It contained some like kind of sex and like all sorts of. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like porno or anything, but it was. I mean, there were always. I mean, like it was something that would offend like extreme feminists and extreme conservatives, but there were a lot of people who could watch it and also like and enjoy it, and who they were probably both liberals and conservatives who were like, "Oh, this is an entertaining show,"
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
like, and then they mocked both. They mocked both sides. Like they both poked fun at like extreme feminism, but on the other hand, the whole no ma'am thing, the kind of it was kind of like the predecessor or early MGTOW or something. They're kind of poking fun at that as well. They were kind of poking fun at Al Bundy, but they were also showing how he was providing for his family and trying to be a
have,
good dad,
have
even
you
if
seen
he could be a little silly at times. And everybody was kind of like that on the show, I guess. Well, they took the piss out of everyone, I guess.
Yeah, there's a balance type thing.
Yeah.
Have you seen that show, that British show called Love Thy Neighbor?
No, but you were telling me about it. Gotta check that out.
That's one that they wouldn't want you to see today, but it's actually really well done. Like, it's about this white socialist guy that has a black dude move in next door, and they're both like really fucking racist to each other, but like it's done in like a humorous way. Like they're both just a couple of goombas, and their wives like get on just fine. It's just these two idiots have this ideology where they're just like constantly fighting amongst themselves, and it's actually really well done. Like, I highly recommend it if you can track it down and watch it. Just watch one episode and see what you think.
That sounds really good. Even like so there was a show in the UK called Kill Death Do Us Part, and I don't really know much about it. But the American show was called All in the Family, and it had that conservative. And I think I've shown you clips from that.
Pretty much a lot of shows were conservative back then. Nowadays, it's whatever. It's like, okay.
Well, Archie Bunker was like real like hardcore. I mean, he was
he was hardcore. He was hardcore.
It was kind of. He was just kind of really.
Well, he was more of a product for his.
He didn't really. But that's just how he was.
Well,
raised.
Archie Bunker was a product for those times because people were still pretty racist back then.
And on the other side, they had the guy he called Meathead, his son-in-law, who was liberal, but he really looked. But the thing is, he already considered himself liberal, but that guy was actually pretty darn sexist himself. I mean, he was claiming to be more enlightened than Archie, but he was just as
bad.
Gloria was really bad. He wasn't any better than Archie, and he looked down on working class people, from what I recall. Like,
that's pretty much what the guy's like in the real life.
He was this enlightened liberal. And here's Archie, the taxi cab driver, later up becoming owning his own bar or pub, But like real working class guy, and here's this liberal guy who despises him. And I thought that was an excellent show. Another show I really enjoyed was Family Ties, because the son and the parents are liberals, but kind of like either like maybe on the student. I was gonna say hippies, but they were probably more like the student activist type back in the day. Back in the '60s. Whereas the hippies were the guys the people who would kind of drop out of society. They were kind of would drop out and do their own thing, like do a lot of drugs. Whereas the student activists, were the ones that were, people on the college campuses were more active in society. It was a different approach to things. But the kid, Alex P. Keaton, he was a Reaganite style Republican, a conservative, and it was cool to see, especially during the Reagan years where there was big, kind of like how things are now, where there's a lot of tension between liberals and conservatives. It was cool to have a show where they had both sides on there, and they showed how both sides could have good qualities, and both sides could be a little bit, have people could be a little bit silly.
Like Dahmer and Greg.
What's that?
Like Dahmer and Greg, they were like opposites. They would, one was conservative, from a conservative family, one was from a liberal family, but they had some spicy lovemaking going on.
Is that British or is that New Zealand? Or?
No, it's American.
Oh, that's American? I haven't seen that.
Kevin Sobody will get started on it for a few episodes.
Oh, hey, Timbergini too. Welcome. Unity. You're welcome on the panel. Watched an interesting video. I can't see the message anymore. I watched an interesting video about family lineage. Past presidents, like 98% are English. A lot of them are related to each other too. Like even Obama is related to. He's related to Winston Churchill, Prime Minister Winston Churchill in the United Kingdom, and I can't remember. Is he related to the Bushes? I can't remember. But his mom was American, and his dad was Kenyan.
Oh.
It's all staged. One of the things is that Bill Clinton would hang out with the Bush family. He was kind of like almost like their adopted son.
It's all staged. Yeah, it is. Well, I believe it's all staged in every damn country.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, yeah. And, I've been called a left-wing libtard. I've been called a far-right white supremacist. I just don't know where I fit in, guys. I really don't know where the hell I fit in.
Oh no, man! I'm Mexican, and I got called a white supremacist for locking my car door. I was literally locking my car, the door of my car, and I got called a white supremacist. Like the fuck?
What the hell?
I don't want my car stolen.
Hey.
Where's the supremacy in that?
You can afford a lock on your door, you white supremacist.
Yeah, didn't you say?
Shame on you.
Because you locked it. You didn't lock it just because the guy was going by.
No, I didn't. I was locking my car door as he was walking up.
It's like
it was just a dumb coincidence.
They live in a town with more than 10 people. There's some where people wouldn't lock their.
I'm starting to think it's like a sneeze or something. Like they just go, "Are you racist?"
Yeah,
I see the same thing with conservatives calling people or liberal communists. It's like this got it. Like the Soviet Union didn't even have a stock exchange, and yet these people that they're calling communists are actually like hyper capitalists who are like love these. They're not even what I would consider liberal. Like the people who are just constantly praising these large corporations for like
Well, it's more
for
corporatism that they're praising.
like acting kind of for like these are so these large corporations, they go and they act like they care about the environment, or they act like they
God,
care about
they don't give a
minorities
shit
or
about
whatever.
that.
They're just large corporations. They'll do whatever. They do the opposite if that would make them money.
Mm-hmm. More or less.
All just mean names. Interesting.
How could
All
you
right,
say
guys.
that?
I do actually should probably get out because we need to finish setting up the bed and here in the new bed I bought, and so we need to finish setting that up, and then I work on stuff too because I got to get things ready for tomorrow as well. So I will see you guys next year.
All right, cool. Take care, man.
You too.
Yeah, I don't know. I might take a break after tonight's stream, and
No worries, man.
because it's for the like with New Year's coming up and everything.
All right.
But
all right, guys, you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, and Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube at the Tech Corner, which will probably just be High Tier Comics pretty soon. And then you can find me at Tier Comics also on Twitter, and I will have a link for you guys for the Patreon as soon as I finish setting the darn thing up again. So I will catch you guys next time. Thank you, guys.
Here.
Bye.
Nick.
So I don't even know what the new Argentinian president's approach is. Tim says have a good. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about this new president, but I'm not too familiar with him.
All is silent.
Oh, so so this is your character from
Yeah.
what's this called again? It's called
Stinky Dyke Pirates.
Stinky Dyke Pirates, and they live.
Yeah.
And it's these women that actually do live on a dike.
Yeah, they're pirates that live on a dike. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they go on adventures and stuff. It's a cartoon I am making at the moment. I'm actually just doing a bumper for some to advertise for voice actors because I need a couple for the two of the main characters. But shh, you're not supposed to know that yet. Otherwise, yeah. So I'm going to launch that hopefully soon. I've just got to I'm just doing the ink copy and then I just got to color it. And then yeah, and I've already written out the first episode properly. I've written the basic plot lines for about 7 episodes. But yeah, wow. I usually have to go through and flesh them out like I have with the first one. And so I just finished that. There's a couple of tweaks I'm going to make to it. And then once I'll just finish this bumper for the voice actors, and then I'll get started on storyboarding for episode 1. Thank goodness.
Is there something you can show off right now easily? Or?
Yeah, I probably could actually. I'll show off the beginning.
My phone. I can't really, but if you screen share something and let me know, then I can't tell if you're screen sharing unless you tell me. But I can share what you've screen shared though. So DJ Ronnie G.
Okay. I'm just thinking. Should I just show the intro again? That I did. I could just send the link to that, and maybe you could.
Well, can you screen share it from your device? Because I can't screen share on my device unless.
Oh yeah, I could do that.
And the reason I asked you if you can is because if you were on a phone, I don't think you're able to.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, we'll go to content.
Because I literally.
I don't think it's going to play the sound because I'm using Firefox. So.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty lame. But I could just dump the link in the chat, I suppose. Pretty,
And check out the Jack
pretty,
Show. Thanks to the show.
pretty budget way of doing it.
In Comics Fair.
All right.
And just let me know if you got something.
There it is. There. I just put the link in the
Yeah, I
in the
can't
chat.
play it, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just put it in there for other people to click on if they want. I can't. Yeah, because it doesn't show the sound. I mean, it doesn't have the sound. So.
Can you show it without the sound though?
Oh yeah, I suppose I could do that. It really works with the sound though, but yeah. I will. I'll share it with without sound, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm used to watching trailers for things without the sound.
Oh shit. All right.
The previews from things.
Where the heck is it? So we're gonna. How do you share screens now? Everything's changed. I'm old. Yeah. Okay.
They change things. They change things.
Entire screen.
A little while back, and it really threw me off. And then I ended up my computer needs a new, really just a new power cord with a power brick, which isn't expensive. It's just the last one died after like a couple months or so, and so I just want to get a good one. So I'm on my phone, and that's even different than. So first they changed it on the computer, and then I noticed, oh, they've changed it on the phone as well.
Okay. So I tried screen sharing it. I don't know if it's going to work.
Okay, thanks for letting me know, and I can add it to stage, but it didn't. It doesn't even. So when someone shows up in the background, it should show up under more, but or if you screen share, it should, but it doesn't. It should have like a 1 or whatever next to it. It should have something pop up, but it doesn't when you screen share for some reason.
It's
I'm
weird.
talking about the phone version of the Android version of.
Okay, we'll cross our fingers and hope that the sound works, but it probably won't. So you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't. No sound, but it's entertaining. What just the. Was it frozen? Did it freeze up on us?
Did it not work?
Okay, it looks like it's kind of lagging.
Oh, that sucks.
But people can pick that's some pretty fun. I like the drawing. It's
I don't know. The sound probably wasn't working at all, was it?
no, but okay, this is playing better now.
Okay, that's good.
It's much smoother. Yeah, this looks entertaining.
Thanks. It took a long time to do this intro here. The lyrics of the song is really like, if you can, like, I put the link in the chat for anyone that wants to check it out with sound.
That is awesome.
Because
thanks for
yeah,
showing it to us.
That's all right. Yeah, the sound is really what makes it. So please check it out with sound.
It's amazing that like that these companies can just kind of go and after like decades, they can just pretend like the Mozilla Foundation doesn't exist anymore, or that all of a sudden there's no more Firefox or whatever. You can't do this or that on the internet if you got Firefox.
Yeah, that's sad, eh?
Because it's good. Because the it's good to have more than one rendering engine, so you don't have to use what's the rendering engine? I can't remember the one that Chromium uses. WebKit. It, I don't think it's good that it's all just one rendering engine and just like one company that's mainly responsible for developing that.
Hmm.
The cool thing back in the day was people could use say before Mozilla and Firefox, people could they'd have Netscape and they had Internet Explorer and they had a gazillion different browsers to choose from,
Yeah.
and they had different rendering engines. And what I would do is I'd have, even though like hardly anybody visited my website, but like back in the day, people could make their own websites with. I was using Netscape software. I think I was using Netscape software originally, and then later on there was this thing called SeaMonkey that. Well, that's actually the old Mozilla. So there was a Netscape application suite, and then there was a Mozilla application suite. Then things kind of, if you just wanted the browser part, that became Firefox. And if you want the applications suite, it's called a SeaMonkey. But I used to
That's a
use
cool name.
what's now basically nowadays is SeaMonkey, but it used to be Mozilla app, or I think it was like called Mozilla, and then before that it was Netscape Application Suite. I used to use those. There was this thing for making your own web pages, and I would go and I would use different web browsers to look at the web page to make sure it loaded properly in all, in all the major web browsers. I think people have given up on that. I think they just go and see if it runs in Chrome.
I might actually just download Chrome so I can like show that with sound, if that's all good. Because you gotta have sound.
Yeah, there's also a Chromium, and then there's other like versions because Chrome has some like extra Google stuff in there. Whereas Chromium's the open source version.
Chromium. And it's gonna be good to have this if I try to refrain from downloading it, but it's just if I want to show the stuff off with
Yeah.
sound in future as well, then it's like
Oh, there's also Brave, by the way. And Brave is that's what I'm using right now. Is Brave on my phone.
Is that compatible with StreamYard?
Yeah.
Like I can play something and then there'll be sound.
Yeah, I mean, it's people have debates over whether or not. A lot of people say that Brave is more privacy oriented than Chrome, but and they're both based off of Chromium, which is developed by Google. Brave supposedly strips out the spyware.
Oh, I just realized I'd have to like
controversy as well, but I don't know. I
I'd have
found
to
at least on my phone that Brave was seemed like it works better than Chrome, at least the mobile version. Because Google just keeps, Google just keeps messing with their interface.
Okay, I will come back under the Chrome login. Hopefully, I'll see if this works.
Yeah. If Chrome is more integrated with, like, if you use Google, like Gmail and stuff, Chrome's integrated with that. Whereas Brave is kind of it takes out some of that stuff, adds in some more privacy oriented stuff, like, so it'll make like DuckDuckGo your default search engine. You can change your search engine on there.
Oh, is DuckDuckGo way better than Google? Because Google's like really
It does
limited.
Google, but it's got more like privacy stuff. I mean, or it strips out some of the spyware, supposedly, in Minecraft.
It also has
that's
got more
alright.
conspiracy theorists. Google censors
Oh,
out
really?
search results for conspiracy theorists. My dad pointed that DuckDuckGo
Yeah,
doesn't censor out search results, so
though I guess there was a controversy with DuckDuckGo, uh, like lowering like Russian websites in their search results, and having like Ukraine, like favoring Ukraine's, like supposedly, allegedly, in Minecraft. I'm just adding in Minecraft to things that disclaimer.
Minecraft. Of course, that's what we're talking about. Okay, this is taking 50 bajillion years, but I think it's nearly there.
Well, take care, Keely. Yeah, I used to watch the Jack Show back in the day. And that's cool if people enjoy that.
Right.
Somebody like Doc Cecil, and now I think Cecil just like shows his face. The big thing is like Cecil was like who Cecil's identity was a big mystery.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna log in with freaking Chrome.
Yeah, thanks, Keely. But like in the, I don't know if it was around 2018 or something, all of a sudden this guy came up around Comicsgate, but he was and Comicsgate is like I'll just say, that people in Comicsgate are generally people who oppose like political correctness. And here was this guy named Cecil who was like ultra politically correct, and apparently he was playing a character. But like,
hey, I'm
but
back.
I knew that back then. Like, welcome back. You know who Cecil is, James?
I've heard the name.
Yeah, him and Doug Tenable didn't get along.
Oh.
He had his own character named Smugless that kind of poked fun at Doug Tenable. And at first I found it entertaining, and then I realized that, like, oh, wait a second, Cecil genuinely doesn't like Doug Tenable. It's like, and so it wasn't so funny. I also had a character, So there was this guy, Robbie Rodriguez, this comic book pro. I can't remember if it was Marvel or DC, but he went in and like sent Ethan Van Sciver like a photo of his bot or somebody else's bot.
I thought it was someone else's.
It probably,
But
yeah,
these,
probably was. And
what
so
about
came
how
out,
these Marvel people
yeah,
have like no class anymore.
and so Cecil ended up with this character, ended up on screen with this mask where it's a bot. It's it's an ass, an ass for a face, and he called himself Robbie Rectum, and it was this talking bot character, and it was like making fun of the whole well, I shouldn't say whole, but it was making fun of this Robbie Rodriguez sending Ethan the photo was botted. I think that was maybe Cecil's best character though, was this talking asshole character, talking butthole.
All right, I'll try a screen share again. Hopefully you can see it.
Add to stage.
Okay, let me know if you can hear it.
In a world where fake news is real, you see in common sense.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Finally, it works. Okay.
In a world where fake news is real, you see in common sense is bigotry. Unemployed and come with we, the stinky guy pirates. We come and go as we play with no shameless days on the 7 seas, bringing toxic masculinity to its knees. The stinky guy pirates. Where morals are our only threat. We may all smell like grog and sweat. A hairy butts is all you'll get. We're the stinky guy pirates. We're the stinky dyke pirates!
Ooh, kitty!
So yeah, that's that. I don't know what the fuck that is. So yeah, that's my animation. It took quite a while to make.
Has anyone else seen the Santa Clauses yet?
The what?
The Santa Clauses. The TV show that's a continuation of the Santa Claus with Tim Allen.
I hadn't heard of that.
It's not as good as the first two movies.
Let's see. It's been a while since I watched the first two movies. Never saw the third.
The third one's garbage. The show, the first season was pretty much just was Tim Allen Scott trying to find a replacement again after the whole Jack Frost debacle. And then get into the history of Santa Claus, and also it was kind of annoying because the wife is like, I don't have anything to do. Why are none of the Santa Clauses women? Because they're all based upon Saint Nick. So there's very strong woman to it.
Given what happened in the first movie where Tim kept turning into Santa Claus, even though he kept trying to go back to how he was, it seemed like if a woman became Santa Claus, they would start to change too.
Yeah, and then the thing is still, his children with his new wife, who is the first Miss Claus. And the reason the Mrs. Claus has nothing to do is because, she's completely fictitious and not based upon anyone. And the new one, it's like the daughter is now the most powerful being on the planet, possibly, because she could just exalt magic. And Betty is now a war hero from 700 years ago. But despite the fact that she led the elves into battle against the evil gnomes, it does explain why Bernard became the elf leader. Like, look how great Betty is. Betty is so great. Betty, Betty, Betty. It's like, Betty sounds like a Mary Sue, because she could do no wrong.
Let's see.
It's like everybody kisses Betty's ass, it seems like.
Let's see. Well, I saw some movies over the week. I saw Violent Night on Saturday or Sunday, and Klaus on Monday. Are you familiar with those movies?
Isn't Violent Night the one where we're sentenced to live in gifts? Someone breaks into a house, so he has to fight them all?
Yes, it's basically Die Hard if John McClane wore a Santa suit the entire movie. And of course had some magic.
I mean, he is Santa.
I'm wondering how his bag works. It's either a bag of holding that contains an infinite number of gifts loaded in advance, or it creates the gifts based on people's wishes.
Because the magic of Christmas.
Yeah. At one point, someone kept pulling gifts out of there to see what was in there and how much was in there, and the guy had created a pile of gifts several times the size of the bag.
Well, what was this from? I'm sorry, I had to grab the beverage from the fridge.
Violent Night.
And by beverage, that sounds cooler than it is. Just grab your water. Violent Night?
Yeah.
Huh. I love that. Stinky Duck Pirates, though. No.
Yes, but is it better than Sticky Dragon Adventures?
I hope so. I'm gonna try and make it pretty damn good.
Is there one about stinky lizards, too?
What's that?
I wonder if there's one about stinky lizards. That's probably
Maybe.
the one that's popular in Land of Lost, though.
Yeah, maybe there's some room for lizards in there. It'll be cool.
I don't know. I wonder, how many, if there really are parallel universes. I wonder if there's different variants of this in different universes, like the universe of cat people, where they're all stinky dyke cats. And another one where they're all octopi. Stinky dyke octopi.
Well, there's four main characters. The one that is in my avatar is called Shannon, and she's kind of like a gutsy type, quite mouthy. She's like a sort of tough type, but at the end of the day, she's a bit of a coward, sort of thing. There's this fat one called Rhonda. It's the one with the red hair that was in the intro. She's kind of a hypochondriac, but she's also quite lazy and stuff. But she's not really intimidating. Oh, she's intimidating, but she's not really she's not really aggressive or anything. But Shannon's supposed to be the leader of the crew, but she's like more, she's kind of afraid of this Rhonda chick. Even though, yeah, like when it comes down to it, because if Rhonda went apeshit, she could probably do some damage. Then there's Kiki. She is more of the voice of reason, and she's like the she's kind of more of the leader than what Shannon is in a lot of ways. So yeah, and then you've got Chloe, which is the derpy one that's like, ooh, kitty at the end. So yeah.
Yeah, she does not seem like she belongs with these three.
Yeah. So the first episode is how they recruit her. So look forward to that.
So has the first episode came out yet, or are you about ready?
I just wrote it. I just finished writing the script, but I need to go through and tweak a few things, and then I'll start storyboarding it, like coming up with like an animatic, and then I'll go from there and just sort of flesh things out a bit more, make it sort of do like an ink copy over that, and I just change and refine things like just slightly than I do with the sort of like I'll share my screen again. I'll do it. I'll take advantage of the Google Chrome thingamajigs. Right.
Yeah, look under guests and see anything pop up. There we go.
Okay, cool. So I'm not sure.
Oh, I need to change the. Let's see. Full screen layout.
Oh, okay. Right. I don't know if you can see or not, but
yeah.
All right. So this is the bumper I'm doing for voice actors. It's so the blue outline is just like the sort of the mock-up animation. So if I just get rid of all of the I've got quite a few layers for this. Where is it? Just get rid of all that stuff.
Please like and share the stream. I'll get the word out.
Oh, so that's and then you've got that one and that one. I'm not going to play the audio. I just want to show what I've done. So, right, if I go across, so I'm just doing a black outline, like overlaying this, but I've made some kind of changes slightly here and there. But this is just a mock-up animation. So yeah.
But like the actual process for making animation, it takes time.
It takes a really long time.
I know, like The Simpsons, like I don't. If they're still hand drawing, if they're not just, I mean, if they're still doing everything, not just hand, but if they're doing everything traditional, I don't know if they're still using animation cells or what they're doing.
It's quite cool. You can get some kind of technology now that you can make it look all like properly old school animation, but
because I heard it like took a year to make a full episode, but I don't know how they'd have all these episodes if that really was the case.
Well, it's probably a full year between storyboarding and animation. Like, there's a bunch of people working on it. It's done in stages. So between when they start working on an episode and when it airs, it could be a year or close to it.
Could those same people be working on so the same people are working? They work on more than one episode. They're working on more than one episode per year.
Yeah,
or do they have a bunch of different?
Kind of like an assembly line of sorts.
Okay, so It's and DJ Ryan G appreciates seeing how this is done.
Well, that's cool. Yeah. So yeah, I just doing the lip syncing is like one of the funnest parts. I like doing that. I'm trying to do like a different. it's not like I'm just drawing a bunch of assets and slapping them together. I'm actually drawing the mouths like every time slightly differently. So it's taking a little bit more time. I have been known to duplicate some mouths occasionally for frames, but if it's the same kind of mouth like closed, I don't want to have to redraw that again. But I'm trying to like draw it differently every time. So
I don't remember which animation studio was accused of that back in the 80s. Was it like, was it Filmation? One of those were like, or maybe they just were accused of not having enough frames per second or whatever. But I could definitely see it costs money. Everything, it would cost so much money back then, and it would be so time consuming, that I could see you could see people kind of cutting corners here and there, or else
yeah.
it's just going to.
It takes a long time. A long time. See, like, this is slightly off. See, like, this is the mock up here, and I've kind of moved everything to the right a little bit more, just because I wanted to sort of center and stage a little bit more for when these other two come on screen. So these two here are the ones I'll be needing voice actors for. So I've got one for Shannon, and I've got one for Chloe. But yeah, and there'll be like other roles as well. Like we're just like one hit wonder characters. Some of them will make reappearances throughout different episodes, and some will just be like one offs. So
You had a comic you were working on. And it was like a dad. He was at the beach, I think, with his family, and
Frog Nugget. Yeah, I got to get back into that. My mom actually wrote like the little story for it. It was quite adorable.
Well, it just seemed. I figured you probably were only working on one at a time, one project.
Yeah,
So
you'd think that.
This maybe because I hadn't seen any updates of the other.
Yeah. I'd kind of jump to and from different projects. Like I'll get burnt out with this, no doubt about it. But what helps me with my creativity is I jump from one project to another. As long as you're getting stuff done a step at a time, then you're getting stuff done. Like I make basic 2D games as well in my spare time. So this is just one of many projects. But like I like this a lot better. Like animation is more rewarding for me because it's not like you're just sitting there looking at lines of code and going, why the fuck won't this work? It's like this, you kind of every time you're making a little bit of progress. So I'm kind of putting all my time into this at the moment. As for the comic, I want to get into that. That was before I ended up getting Clip Studio. So now I've had Clip Studio for a while now, but like I'll probably get more into doing that comic eventually as well. But I just feel like I just wanted to do a little bit of animation, so I was like, I'll try this out. I had an idea for the show, so yeah.
Very cool. DJ Ronnie G was talking about how somebody mentioned Lord of the Rings set that well, apparently the DJ Ronnie G's got the Lord of the Ring 4K set, which with 6 discs in total. It's got both. It's got both the theatrical and the extended editions. So sounds like each movie's on, or each version of the movie, the 3 movies, and 2 versions of each movie. Sounds like they're both, each version's on a different disc. If I understand this correctly. So the theatrical movie edition, I'm guessing would be on one disc, and the extended would be on another disc. And either of 2 movies, you get 6 discs. Is what I'm assuming. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I misunderstood it. That's pretty cool. I wish they do that with the original Star Wars trilogy. And I wish they'd do that with with Star Trek as well. The Star Trek movie. I think even like with Star Trek, there's the motion picture. I don't know if that's ever been re-released in the actual original theatrical version.
Yeah.
I know with Star Wars, and yes, I know they're two different franchises. I'm pretty sure that like with Star Wars, like even at the theater, they might have George Lucas might have been mucking with it. It could have been the same thing with the first Star Trek movie. It could have been like I think there was one at the theater, and then it was released on VHS. It might have been a little bit different.
Did you hear they're coming out with another Lord of the Rings movie?
Oh gosh, what they should do is come up with a decent Hobbit, like where it's what do they do? Turn into a trilogy? Can they like condense? Can they
Yeah.
take the story that they have and like condense it into?
Well, they expanded it. They like with the original trilogy, they condensed it. They cut a bunch of stuff because the books are very long. But the Hobbit trilogy was created
Yeah,
from just the Hobbit, which is shorter than any of the other
No,
books.
there was other stuff, but not much. Not to mention they added a bunch of new stuff that came out of nowhere.
Well, my point is they had to. They were making a trilogy out of what was essentially a very thin book in comparison to the other ones. So there's a whole bunch of stuff you never saw in the books. Like I don't think Legolas is in there at all, but because
Oh,
it's
that one romance between the elf and the drow.
So
After
to
years.
so to address DJ Ronnie G, I mean I like the the redone. I don't know what we call it. Is it remastered Star Trek motion picture? I've seen like versions side by side, and like the cuts that they used in the like they use like an alternate take that was arguably better and put it in the remastered, and then they put in some special effects, but it was ones that actually looked good. It wasn't like something like looked out of place like for the time that the movie was made. Like they did a really good job with that, I think. I, I'm sorry. What were you guys? You guys were talking about with the Hobbit.
well, the Hobbit was the thin book, so they had to add a whole bunch of stuff in to turn it into a trilogy. You
Yeah,
probably could have made it with one or two movies and it'd been fine.
yeah. I wonder. Yeah, it sounds like maybe from what the dragon's saying, it sounds like maybe maybe there was some extra Hobbit related material that could have been added from Tolkien. I know Tolkien went and um, made, I know he like had that word. What do they call that? The symbol. What is it called? It begins with an S.
The Cimmerian.
And I think his son completed that, or edited it
Yeah,
based on.
some of the stuff in the Hobbit trilogy was from that, but
Okay,
you had so much stuff that was just added in for no reason, just to add it out.
like filler. So it sounds like that could be cut down and turned into like a. I guess I've heard of fans doing that. I wonder if that would be good though. If they cut out were the parts that were accurate to the book, were those scenes good?
Let's see. Like I said, that romance retreat, that one drop of the elf was added in. The Defiler was added in. I can't remember what the name of that book was. Something to Defiler.
But could that stuff be edited out?
Yes, it could. Well, the thing is, it puts so much crap into Reeve, it's kind of hard to remove anything. While making some serious adjustments.
It's a serious problem in New Zealand. You keep getting the garbage, these games. The big new ones. Oh no. Sounds like you set up like shit, Mary. I hope I pronounce that right in New Zealand. That tell inaccurate history of the indigenous Polynesian people. New Zealand. Now my feet are hairy. Someone help me. Oh, right, the 60 frames per second version of Hobbit was migraine-inducing methanol. Now, why did they do that? It should be, what is it? Is it 25? What is it? Is it 20 frames per second or 23? Or what's in the standard movie? I think it's like 20 frames per second. Second is the standard movie. You only want like 60 or above for like video games.
24. Yeah, I was gonna say 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
We discussed this on here before. I was kind of blanking out. So, did any of you guys enjoy the Hobbit movie?
It was enjoyable to an extent, at least.
Oh, I'm not even sure if I even seen the first one all the way through. It's like it was just so slow.
I'm still in a coma from Lord of the Rings, so I haven't been able to watch it.
Did you watch the original or the extended edition? Do you know? The Lord of the Rings. Because I think even the original is pretty long.
The original's really long.
Like you got like 3 movies.
It's like just do some fucking editing, seriously.
I remember everybody was like talking about the Snyder Cut, and I hadn't seen any of Snyder's work. What was that, like an Avengers movie?
Justice League.
Justice League. And I tried watching the. I had stopped watching Marvel and DC movies like shortly after they became trendy. I mean, it seemed cool at first, but the first few years, they just kept cranking them out constantly, and then there were all these TV shows, and I just got overwhelmed. And I think I think I made it to like Iron Man 2, and I didn't watch Iron Man 3. But when Marvel's Iron Man came out, it's like, well, this is actually really cool. I didn't know how I didn't really know anything about Iron Man. Then here's was it Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. was
And
Iron
he
Man.
himself had struggled with substance abuse. He playing the character that it all worked out quite well with that first movie. And I saw that at the theater. And then I saw the second one on cable. I don't remember being as impressed. And then I think there was a third one, but I just didn't watch that. I get kind of suspicious whenever there's like a trend in Hollywood. Like some superhero with superhero movies don't really impress me. Like V for Vendetta. I don't know if I've watched it more than once, but when I watched it, I thought that was outstanding. Not sure if it's accurate to Alan Moore's comics, but it was just
I didn't even know that was a comic until like way after I'd watched it. I thought it was just a really cool movie, which it's probably a cool comic as well.
yeah. That was, and I think that was, and I think that was done. That was done before the Iron Man movie, right?
Yeah.
And the thing with Iron Man, it's like okay, we're just gonna make the gazillion superhero movies after that because Iron Man did so well, and I think they caught my attention at first. I think I watched was it Watchmen? Interesting. 24 frames per second standard. 60 gives a sharper picture, but too sharp, like flat soap opera effect. Well, apparently, and DJ Ryan G says the Hobbit was actually done double. So instead of 24, it was 48 frames per second, so, which resembles 60 frames per second. And Jack didn't care about it. It says there is a great YouTube video that compares, scenes from a Will Smith movie. It compares normal to high frame rate. Clearly shows how much faker it's looking, and if it's right for you. I like that people are taking historic videos, and running them through AI to make film less jerky. I just they're taking ones from like the late 1800s, early 1900s, and doing that. Because I guess the cameras at the time, you had to prank film, the video camera, or the film motion picture cameras, and I can appreciate that they're making them so that they're so the image is less jerky and it looks more natural. But but when they put it at 60 frames per second, and a bunch of these websites are doing that, I wish that I think they're making it less realistic in that way. I wish they do that, continue to do that with AI, but just put it at 20 frames per second. And then if they choose to use AI to color it, maybe you have a version that's not colored. And offer that as well. Because I'd like to see this old footage, like of these streets of these different towns, kind of smoothed out a little bit, but not 60 frames per second. Just have it 20 frames per second, and here it is from John I. Man, action scenes, supplements with no motion blur. Yeah, I heard it's really bad for act. Yeah, the shit. He also did a shit job, though. In fact, actually simulating death with field. Oh, hey, Courtney, welcome back. This is interesting. DJ Ryan G says he processes some of his 30 frames per second VHS at 60 frames per second after de-interlacing, and they send the 30 frames per second version to family with older phones. Seems like the 30 frames per second would look more natural. Yes, Jack said it looked flat, really flat to me. So, what is he talking about? The Gemini Man, 60 frames per second, maybe. And then we're conditioned our whole lives with films and movies at a normal rate. So we missed the bird. But things for games is better though. So for games, I think if you're, especially if you're playing a competitive game, you want to see what's. I've played games where on my Xbox One, like I was playing Overwatch, and I was having a hard time telling what was going on. Like I was having a hard time following all the action, and maybe some of that's like my brain, but like maybe some of it's just that it was just my TV was too low, like frame rate. Oh, Courtney's in the store, so listening. And Jack and Ronnie are talking about process to convert. Apparently, Ronnie's got a strange process that he uses to convert VHS to digital. Back in the day, I guess we would just call it digitizing. Oh, he uses AV to DV pass-through. Hey, BH Road Stories, welcome. Does BH Road Stories have a wrench? Ronnie says TBC, time-based correction, is normally included in professional tape decks, helps preserve quality when making copies. So basically, he goes from VHS, VCR to camcorder to FireWire into PC. Wow, that's VH Road Story says 617. What that is. And then after DJ Ronnie G does all that, he says it's about 14 gigs per hour. So he compresses it using a modern codec with no loss of quality. So it's a lossless codec down to less than 1/10 of that size. Wow. Well, doing the re-encoding also used the interlace filter. I think it was Vaporcent. It was included in Stellar Hybrid. I don't know if I pronounced it right. The encoding software. Oh, and apparently there's a video Paradise channel that explains it. So, does anyone know what de-interlacing is? Guess we really got off the topic of The Hobbit. Right, doesn't.
Yeah, so they're doing a Rohan movie apparently.
A real hot movie?
They're also going to do more Cars movies as well.
Yeah, I haven't watched like it wasn't just superhero movies. I just kind of stopped watching new movies um, years ago for the most part. For a
Yeah,
while,
apparently this is going to be 100 years before the movies take place.
wait, what movies are you talking about?
Basically, it's going to be how it's going to be it's going to be hundreds of years before the movie takes place about how Rohan was formed. I think.
Do you say Rohan?
Yes. Yeah, Rohan. And Lord of the Rings, Rohan. You know the host people.
The,
You know Helm's Deep. That
oh, they dealt with horse people in there. The UK was that, or the leaders of the Anglo-Saxon invasion were said to be like twin horse brothers. Horsa, horse, and Hanga, which I think Hanga means stallion. So I wonder if that's where that comes from. Is the Germanic lore of like horse people.
well, I mean the whole thing with Lord of the Rings is doing a thing based upon Germanic people and such. So that's why changing it is stupid because you don't know the freaking reason for these books. What about people like us? What about people like us? It's not about people like you. I hate that whole. To quote the SGWs, it's not for you.
Well, something that's been around so long.
Yes, but like I said, before the SGWs and all these people complaining
but wait a
about
second.
it's not being diverse enough, it's literally wasn't written for all these other people in mind. Just like how most anime is not written with non-Japanese people in mind.
Wait a
But all
second.
these,
I think when something's been around so long, it should just be in public domain. Then people could do whatever they want.
Well, that was kind of how public domain worked originally.
Yeah, because like copyright, I don't know about trademark, but copyright it only lasted was it 30 years or something originally?
Yeah, they changed it
yeah, but
so.
what happen when copyright expires and then everyone wants to do the same thing with that property?
Well, they kept doing they changed both copyright and trademark, I believe, because this was it Disney that
Yeah, Disney. They wanted to keep Mickey Mouse.
I think it's been around for like 100 years now.
Yeah, and look how much of a whipple they'll
century public domain for Steamboat Willie, not for necessarily the modern version of Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the 100 years celebration was a complete flop with Wish.
But the thing is, the thing is, a lot of this stuff has to do like a lot of these issues. I think could be solved with like take it. It has to do with the corporations having so much power, and that they
corporation, the fact that BlackRock and other money managers have most of the stock in it.
Yeah, it was
all the
BlackRock being involved with entertainment industry.
Well, like, what do you think all the DEI money comes from? BlackRock.
What comes from? I'm sorry.
Diversity,
oh yeah,
equality, equity, and inclusion. Sorry, DGS money.
I don't think
The
these,
DGS. No,
but I don't think these companies
they,
actually. These companies don't actually believe in that, do they? They just it's a way for them to make money, right?
like I said, they give money for meeting their checklists.
Yeah, and it's not like real diversity either. Because we used to
And you
have
and whenever
that.
they do it, and whenever they force it into the garbage, it's always offensive. I mean, look what happened when they did when Netflix did Cowboy Bebop. They turned someone with the last name Black into a black guy who was a deadbeat dad for like 5+ years.
That does sound pretty offensive.
And then what they did to Monica Rambeau in the MCU, where she had like almost nothing to do with Carol, but they wanted Carol to be on everything. So what did they do? They yeeted her father out of existence.
Well, yeah, they went and focused on the blonde white woman went instead of
Yeah,
focusing
they're
on
like a
Monica
bunch of
Rambeau,
people literally called it
who
Captain
was Captain Marvel
White
first.
Savior because of how it was.
They should have made a movie about Monica Rambeau, and
Yeah,
actually
because she was actually the second person to be called Captain Marvel.
Yeah, they should have
Then they told the original to a woman and just killed her all, like in the first 10 minutes. Despite the fact that she's from a superior species, she dies in a plane crash, but goes Captain White Savior is the one that lives.
So wasn't the original Captain Marvel a dude? I mean, the original Marvel Comics Captain Marvel.
Yes, it was a guy.
The other one, the DC one, was a dude as well, but now he has to be called Shazam.
Yeah. Because with Marvel Captain Marvel, it was Marvel, then Monica, then Marvel's son, then Marvel's daughter. Who was next? Then there might have been a Skrull that pretended to be Captain Marvel as well. Then there was this one Kree hybrid from another dimension. Then we get to Carol Manville's as Captain Marvel.
So
they skipped over decades of history just to give all the title Captain Marvel.
Well, why are they so focused?
Even wolves to make Monica more dependent upon the white savior.
Why are they so focused on this Carol Danvers making her Captain Marvel? And why? I don't understand why.
I think she's like the current Captain Marvel or something.
Yeah, but why are they so obsessed with this?
But she's like the 7th or 8th Captain Marvel.
Yeah, why are they so obsessed with this? With this, and she was popular as Miss Marvel, but very unpopular as Captain Marvel, and then kept rebooting.
She was always at the best. She was beat here, even when she was binary.
So what I'm wondering is why these writers are why didn't they focus on Monica Rambeau, and why did they?
I have no idea.
Or did Monica Rambeau? She became a different. She took on a different moniker, right? Or different mantle. She ended up with,
She's been through like so many names because she gives up the Captain Marvel title to Carrie Merrill, Marvel's son. Takes on another name. Then he goes evil and steals that name. I think it was like Photon.
Yeah, this is way too. This is so complicated. It's hard to remember. I think this is why I never really.
And in WandaVision,
Marvel or DC.
It's revealed that they killed off Monica's mother, died from cancer during when Monica got during the time of the snap. The 5-year gap.
Yeah, the blip.
So this is, I could see this being like, how the hell would anybody ever adapt any of it, all this stuff to like a movie. Like you'd have to have. I guess they'd have to. I guess they're already making a gazillion of these movies, but
Yeah, like I said, they toned Monica into a sidekick.
usually when they take something, they adapt it, they simplify it, right? Because like they can't go through every incarnation of Spider-Man or whatever.
Maybe they can't. Have you seen Into the Spider-Verse? I'm still waiting on
No.
Spider-Man.
Why is
It's
Carol
like,
Danvers
come on, put in Captain Spider-Man.
Mark? Who else would try to market as something like Marvel's Wonder Woman or Superwoman? It might not have been executed well, but who else would they pick? Oh, wait. Almost every other female character of note is tied to some team or sea. Blah, blah. Oh, well, why wouldn't they just take Monica Rambeau and like focus on? I don't understand why they couldn't make her a Captain Marvel again, unless there's something that happened with her story after.
It's like I said, they just wanted all the people that would all. It's like they wanted all these female characters where they had the title of Marvel and then to be connected, even though the fact that Monica was barely even connected to Carol.
Oh, you're talking about with the thing called the Marvels?
Yeah, it's like
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Like I said, Monica and Carol has almost nothing to do with each other.
Well,
Monica is like the odd woman out of all the various Marvels. Not because she's black, but because the fact that, she never knew Captain Marvel. And it's like she barely spends time with Carol or any of them. It's not like how Kamala is just a complete simp for Carol.
Yeah,
but
she
I
was.
I've heard that Monica actually was pretty cool, though, compared to Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel.
Oh, not in the new movie. They just made her whiny.
No, I'm saying like in the comics, I heard that.
Yes,
Monica
like I
Rambeau
said, but not in the movie. In the Marvels, they made her whiny, and the only good character really in the whole movie was Kamala.
I'm saying even though it wasn't connected, it still sounded like she made for a good Captain Marvel in the comics. Like somehow they pulled that off. Am I right?
Basically, the media was the one that called Monica Captain Marvel for some unexplained reason.
Oh, so Monica
That's why.
was really a solo character. She was long-term Avenger. Okay. Did they ever?
Yeah.
Did they show Monica in the Avengers? Movies?
The movie or the comics?
The movies.
No, because she doesn't get her powers until after she comes back from the blip, whatever.
She gets her powers in WandaVision.
Yes.
They tried to make
Which
Monica,
I knew was going to happen because of what was going on. It was so predictable.
They tried to make Monica team leader of the Avengers in the 80s, but some writer or editor blocked it. Or got who it was.
No, she was, but not that long.
So was Storm the leader of the X-Men for a while?
Yeah.
So
she is still one of the leaders.
Okay, what happened to Professor Xavier? Did he die, or did he go off and do something else?
Are we talking about field leader or Charles is dead because of a stupid Phoenix Bulls, X-Men versus Avenger garbage or whatever. Well, the Phoenix basically they were stupid, like, oh, we need to get rid of the Phoenix Force before it's look how it corrupted Jean.
Okay,
It's
so
like, oh my goodness, another stupid writer because Jean did not destroy a sun. The Phoenix Force, they retconned it so that the Phoenix Force took Jean Grey's form, and then it went insane.
Okay, so they killed him off.
Yeah, what happened is they were stupid, tried to kill the Phoenix Force, the thing that just will keep coming back. It got split into 5, went to 5 different X-Men, and corrupted them. And then the corrupted Scott killed Xavier.
So did they end up with a field leader and then like somebody who wasn't in the field?
Well, the scoop got taken over actually by, I think, Wolverine.
Huh. Wait, was Wolverine the leader?
And he developed a no minor policy for X-Men teams.
Wait, was Wolverine the leader as well as Storm?
Well, are we talking about field leader or more like Zordon being the leader of the Are we talking about field leader like Jason is to the original Power Rangers and Zordon is still the one calling the shots in the end? Or are we talking about what?
Did Wolverine just kind of sit around and do things from behind the scenes, and Storm was like more of a hands-on type person?
Yeah, Storm is usually a field leader. Like I said, after the Charles got killed, Wolverine decided to take over running the school.
Oh, running the school?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
But let's face it, Storm always should be one of the leaders of the X-Men. Because despite the fact that Scott is like one of the greatest leaders because of the fact that he's an expert strategist, Storm is the moral compass. Wolverine is the one you get to do all the to handle all the dirty work.
So Mark says that Jean is dead. That's just better. But Bob Harris.
No, I think Jean's back. Jean's back, and there was unless they killed her again. Because last I heard, Jean got resurrected. Then Wolverine and Scott got into a 3-way.
The Claremont seemed to be the only one at Marvel in the 80s that wanted to write women's leaders. That's pretty rare. Wow. I thought it was in the 90s when Storm was taking over as leader, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I just remember your boy Zach talking about how Storm used to be leader of the X-Men. I know that from 76 up through the 90s, Wolverine was never a team leader. He turned it down and story even.
Morgan, you talking about the whole fact they retcon the fact the whole Phoenix clone instead of Jean dying?
So it seems like we haven't heard anything from Master Diaz in a while. I don't think he's been able to get a word in edgewise.
Yeah, I don't really read the comics, so I don't really have anything to contribute to the conversation.
In the 170s.
No, but in the 170s.
What
Yeah,
was
but then later on they made 2 teams.
what was the 170s?
What year?
I mean, what was the one? What are the 170s? What does that mean? I don't.
Issue.
Yeah. So okay. So when did that come out?
Check.
Don't they? Aren't they constantly renumbering these comics? Or am I thinking of DC? Doesn't Marvel have an issue 1 every other
Oh,
year?
they did. It's like they did superly renumber them, despite the fact, it's like they took all the volume numbers total and then started going off of where it would be if you add all the volumes together.
Uncanny X-Men. That's 81. Isn't there a giant-sized X-Men?
I think that was the introduction to the new team.
And the new team is the team that ended up becoming didn't that end
The
up
new
becoming
team was when they got all the people from other countries, and Scott was the only
Wolverine?
original one left on the team.
Would that include Wolverine? No, he's
Yes.
early 80s.
Giant Size X-Men had Wolverine,
X Factor.
Colossus, Storm, Nightcrawler, Warpath, and Banshee. Oh, and briefly, they also what's his name? What's the name of that Japanese guy? Fire Sun, or whatever. I can't remember now.
Yeah, I'd rather talk about this more positive stuff, than this newer stuff, because I mean, somebody could go and watch Doomcock or DC Gamers and have them, video after video complaining about new stuff. They used to watch that stuff, and I don't know if they fired Catherine Kennedy yet or not, but I'm sure Doomcock will take credit when she gets fired from us. Lucasfilm, even if it's 20 years, he'll take the credit. Giant
It was
size.
the 1980s.
What Dragon said, yeah. Thunderbird Warpath was his little brother from Helmets. Sunfire was Japanese. Well, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Mog's right.
Was Storm introduced in?
Anyway, I'm gonna get going. Good night, everybody.
Have a good night. Where can we find you?
Master Dash Gias on DeviantArts.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, sorry I haven't been able to work on art on the stream lately. Well, my recent commissions I'm not going to show here.
Yeah, that's understandable. Well, thanks for joining us. Sunfire quit after an issue or two. Thunderbird died, and Banshee got injured. He quit early on. And here's Master. He has reading our page.
Yeah.
I probably should get going. It's almost 1 a.m. and I think my neighbors are
Probably keep track of
Yeah.
the
Good
X-Men
night.
to the fact that there's probably 100 plus of them now. Then, of course, you have all the surprise. This is what happened. You thought you knew the whole story, but you were wrong. Because they did a whole retcon. Well, Charles actually sent a team before he sent the team of Stone, Wolverine, and the rest to rescue the original X-Men.
Well, I'm sorry, I probably should end the stream because we're going to go in for 4 hours and next 40 minutes. but thanks for joining me. I'm gonna. I don't. I don't. I don't know if I'm gonna stream next week. It's if I'm gonna take a break or what. 'Cause
I'm surprised Mo doesn't watch I Love Comics since Engelteen is big into old comics as well.
175 when Sight retired. Is in late '83.
Yeah.
Right.
Although apparently Cyclops, like, through the fight, it's like there was this whole thing where Cyclops and Stone was fighting each other for the leadership, and then Cyclops intentionally loses.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I need to keep going because I don't want to be keeping people awake. But thanks for joining us. So where can we find you, Dragon?
What is mine? Is it at Dragon Ethereal? I think. Well, Twitter? Well, X, whatever you want to call that garbage now.
I think you got it. I think it's backwards from how you have it on.
Yeah, because I think someone already took Ethereal Dragon.
And the team called Morg, that shock trooper. So Mark deemed him to be, I'll just say, intellectually disabled. Only ever saw his debate with Ethan. That was actually an interesting debate. It was Eglantine and unranked Chevron debating Ethan on what was it was on Nick Ricada's channel, if I remember correctly. And it was interesting because Ethan actually left Comicsgate for like a couple days or so. And I think he was going to do his all caps comics channel, and which, like, I don't know why he'd have to change that. Why he, it didn't make any sense why he would have to go change channels. I mean, he could have even changed his own channel's name if he wanted to focus on all caps, but Comic Artist Pro Secrets could have been. I don't know. It was funny. War Campaign is EVS is Shock Troopers. We laughed a lot. Well, I could see it seeming that way at the time, though.
Was this during the whole endless trolling of EVS?
This was early on. Maybe it was 2018 or 20. Could have been 2019, but I think it was in 20. Might have still been in 2018 when EVS had left DC Comics and claimed to, not only proclaimed himself to be Comicsgate, but like became the de facto leader of Comicsgate. Eglantine and Unranked Chevron did a stream debating Ethan. And Ethan ended up actually quitting Comicsgate, at least that's what he said he was doing. And he actually
for what, 2 days?
A video where he said, "I'm not Comicsgate. Because Comicsgate is a consumer movement. I'm a comic creator, and so what he said is, I'm not Comicsgate. I'm the reaction to Comicsgate." And actually, that seemed to make sense. Like, okay, we'll have one group of people. They're the people who are the critics, and they're Comicsgate. And then we'll have these creators who are like trying to make books that are friendly, like that go along with principles of comics, that which OG CG principles, and I thought that was actually a good idea. I mean, at first I think I was angry at Eglantine and Unranked Chevron for because EBS had left CG, and then the way he even had argued it was actually a pretty good. I thought that was a pretty good example of why it was kind of a conflict of interest to have. This is my thinking at the time. I'm not trying to criticize like people like Rex who are creators who consider themselves CG. I thought it was kind of a cool idea though that there would be like kind of two factions. That way that the customers could decide on their own, what books they wanted to buy, and be able to critique the creators, without being accused of being anti-CG, or like now if you criticize some ex-comic pro, you're considered, who calls themselves CG, then you're labeled anti-CG.
Hey, Hallgrave. I mean, not Hallgrave. Havoya. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Hervoye, Hervoye was busy earlier. I'm glad he was able to. And here before Mark's saying, ha ha ha. Yeah, 2 days. That was funny too. So EBS leaves Comicsgate and gave what I thought was an awesome, was a very logical reason why. Okay, so Comicsgate's going to be like the customer side of things, consumer consumer rights or whatever type group, and then there's EBS was going to be on the side of the people who making the comics, and then Stan Lee died, and like some SJWs or criticizing Stan Lee or something like that, and so some people.
Yeah, they were using him as a shield when he was alive, and then he dies, and they all start calling him racist and whatever.
And so Ethan used that as an excuse to. He's like, okay, that's why I need to become. I'll rephrase it. Using it as an excuse.
It's only 7 out of 10 for you. The way you act like it sounded like a 9 out of 10.
I want to be very careful. Using it as an excuse is kind of judgmental of me. I'll say that Ethan said that was the reason he was Comicsgate again, which made sense to me, like kind of from an emotional standpoint at the time, but in retrospect, I'm like, how does that cancel out what he had said before about the creator should be the response to CG, and CG should still be a customer movement. I don't see how Stan Lee dying and the people criticizing him meant that he should be.
Like I said, the Marvel right people were just using Stan Lee as a tool. He was a shield to defend the garbage when he was alive, and then after he died, they just all ripped on him.
Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying is, why does that mean that? How does that cancel out what EBS was saying before, though, about being the response to CG, and that he should that the the CG should be the customer side, and then there should be another side that's the response to CG. I don't know why Stan Lee's death means that he had to suddenly call himself CG again. I mean, it seemed to me like, in retrospect, it seemed like he was kind of almost like he was using that just as an excuse to call himself Comicsgate again, because him not calling himself Comicsgate had proved unpopular Comicsgate at the time developed like comics they wanted Marvel and DC to be good again. Well, Comicsgate wanted we're pretty happy with there were a lot of comics skaters who were happy with ABS calling themselves CG, but the and okay, maybe we could get some of those, maybe CG could get some more respectability or something by having some comic creators on their side. But I thought having like a different like having the consumer side of things and the creator side of things separate was kind of a neat idea. Like in that way the customers could, like, if a creator wanted, I know I'm repeating myself, but if EVS did something people didn't like, then the customers could complain about it, and then and on the EVS side they could have like their creator network, and wouldn't mean that they couldn't like interact with each other or anything, but I thought it was kind of a neat idea keeping those two sites a little bit separate. I still don't understand how Stan Lee dying means that he had to call himself Comicsgate again. Instead of somebody who was a creator friendly towards Comicsgate.
Who knows?
This is my toy, and Ethan said, not anymore. Yeah. 6:55 a.m. right now. It's for voting. I'll do it again. Being a shock trooper was 7 out of 10. Great fun. 7 out of 10 is an obscure reference to a snake cake joke. Smug Bug from the Xenotype review. So I give everything a 7 out of 10. 7 a.m. now. Okay.
I thought you were ending this thing.
Because my neighbors have been my neighbor has been very quiet, and I think maybe I woke her up. So it's not saying that the neighbor's noisy or anything. I just it seems like maybe I woke her up, and that's not good. They pretty much disappeared from the internet. Shows up occasionally. Maybe that nice church bell situation. Well, it rings at 7 a.m. Yeah, we had there was a there's Carmelite monastery near where house where I grew up. But I should call it at night. It's 1 a.m. and I think I might have woken my neighbor up. Thanks for being on here, Dragon. And thanks everybody who showed up. Thanks everybody who was on the stream and in the chat. And yeah, we went from a bunch of different topics. From discussing religion to like discussing the X-Men topic, Stinky Dyke Pirates, all sorts of new, like, soon to be, well, might take a while, but the animation that J.D. James and Zed is working on. That should be interesting when that comes out. They're apparently pirates who live on a dike. So But thanks everybody. I typically stream on Thursdays, 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. I don't know if I'm going to be on next week or if I'm going to take a little bit of break. There's some stuff I want to upgrade as far as my technology. Currently just streaming off of my cell phone. Works out a little bit better as far as I can actually see the thing, see stuff on, read the messages better on the phone because my Chromebook has a small screen, but I guess I could use a mobile browser on there, and then things would probably look better. The phones are nice for the mobile versions. Really nice for streaming on a phone. The mobile version of StreamYard because it's actually the messages take up much of the screen, and then I can actually read them. Unlike on my Chromebook, which is desktop mode, and I can barely even see the messages because my screen's too small on there. It's like a 14-inch screen or something. So, anyway, have a good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.